So, we're gonna start tonight with story time. And story time is yesterday I had a nasty headache, so I did the natural response to a nasty headache, which was order Applebee's, decide not to stream, get a margarita, and brew terrible magic decks. Oh, great. Fun start to the stream. So, I messed around with trying to brew a Rite of Harmony list because I was trying to think of how to play some kind of Jukai Naturalist, Wedding Announcement, Hallowed Haunting deck. That seemed like the kind of thing that would naturally be pretty decent against mono black, or any black decks really right now. A way to go over the top of that kind of mid-range game plan. And the thing that I kept coming back to was, yeah, this seems solid, but it's really missing Showdown of the Scalds. It doesn't have that ability to stretch the game out in scenarios where it doesn't get the most busted, super fast accelerated start. And I decided, okay, well, what if I just pretend Rite of Harmony is totally Showdown of the Scalds? And we just see what happens. And then, like, 3 games in, I realized I had been winning every single game kind of trivially, and Rite of Harmony was consistently drawing 4 or 5 cards every single time I cast it, and also it had flashback, so it turned out it actually was Showdown of the Scalds, it just cost less mana than Showdown of the Scalds did. So, we are going to, I guess, just show off how completely absurd that has been. The initial version of the deck that I posted on Twitter had a completely different sideboard for the most part that was, by and large, completely useless because I wasn't sideboarding against anything. But I was noticing difficulties dealing with board wipe decks. So now we have 4 Fleeting Spirits and 4 Anointed Peacekeepers, which should be good against the controlling decks, hypothetically. Why Azusa instead of Spirited Companion and no Kami of Transience? Kami of Transience, I think, is an alchemy-only card, if I recall correctly. And Azusa's many journeys, basically, Spirited Companion has really bad stats that don't do anything, so it kind of just spins your wheels and doesn't do very much. Like, it draws a card, sure. This deck has no problems drawing cards, though. Like, the vast majority of the time, you just do not run out of things to do. Kami is not alchemy. Kami, am I getting it mixed up? Oh, this Kami, not the one that turns things into enchantments. Kami of Transience isn't an enchantment, which makes it pretty bad. And the fact that it comes back is mostly irrelevant because every other card is better at drawing cards and you just don't run out of things to do in the deck. Which hopefully will show off. I originally had AO in the deck because it dying fetched Hallowed Haunting. I'm now operating under the assumption that the vast majority of times I was comboing off, I just discarded AO to hand size because casting a 5-drop wasn't relevant. So we're going to operate under the assumption that Wrenn and Seven might actually be a better mid-range card, because between Rite of Harmonies and the Katildas, you have a lot of cards you can mill to strong effect, and you so frequently draw 6 cards in a turn that I think the Wrenn 0 might actually wind up being pretty relevant too. Anyway, let's jump into it. Alright, so this is a pretty not the best hand because we're missing a turn 2 on tap land, but I'm not willing to mulligan it. We're against black, which should make this a pretty good matchup. Ideally, we'll draw an untap land here so that I can play Jukai Naturalist. We might prefer to play Azusa's Many Journeys. Unclear. More Evolved Sleepers, that's fine. Tap land. Okay, not perfect. If we draw an untap land, I can play double Azusa's Many Journeys here. Actually, I could play Jukai Naturalist into double Azusa's Many Journeys, which is probably ideal. Instead, we get Restoration of Eiganjo. How do I feel about that? Opponent missed their land drop because they were on the play. So, I believe then we play Restoration of Eiganjo, and we set an upkeep stop. So we have not played anything until turn 3, and I think we are now massively ahead. Partially that's because the opponent missed a land drop, but we're going to draw a lot of cards next turn. So we're going to discard Jukai Naturalist to the Restoration of Eiganjo. Whoa, I want to set a main phase stop. Come on, deck. Oh, but I do have to cast the Rite of Harmony before I can play the Plains, which is a little awkward. So we do want to draw an untapped green source, ideally. Teachings of the Kirin. Well, that's pretty strong, too. Alright, so let's Rite of Harmony. Yeah, I think we still gotta go for discarding the Naturalist, because it's the best case scenario if we do draw the green sources. We failed. Failing is kind of a bummer. So I can play the Azusa's Many Journeys, and if we draw an untapped land, even if it's a white source, then we still get to Wedding Announcement. Or we can play the Teachings of the Kirin and draw 2, and just hope that we hit the green source that way. I think we play the Teachings. Other than Wedding Announcement, it's the thing that most guarantees us a blocker. And I would like to do my best to guarantee a blocker. No, my green sources. I wanted those. There's a green source. Cool. Alright, so we draw 2, play a green source, play the Azusa's Many Journeys, draw a card, hope we draw an untapped green source. Yeah, we don't, so we just play the Plains. Alright, well, that didn't go as well as it could have, but it still went pretty good. 4 mana. We're going to block the 3/3. This can be a point where it gets a little awkward if they have a Shieldred. Yeah. Alright. So we have Jukai Naturalist to gain some life. We gained 3 life off the Azusa's Many Journeys. Katilda is generally pretty strong. Playing Katilda is pretty appealing. The advantage of playing Katilda is that it can block the Shieldred. We could also play the Jukai Naturalist and the Journey and both Wedding Announcements, and then attack with the Naturalist and gain 3. I'm not entirely sure that's better than just playing the Katilda. Yeah, I think we just play the Katilda and the Wedding Announcement. So if the opponent plays Meathook for 3, what happens? Naturalist dies, Katilda doesn't, that's fine. I do not believe that I need to sack this Naturalist in this position. Invoke Despair is basically a card that does 2 damage to us at this point and nothing else. Removal spell for Katilda is basically mandatory. Oh, okay, Soul Transfer was the worst thing that could happen. So they can't attack with the Shieldred, but they do anyway? Alright, so they also have an instant speed removal spell for the Jukai Naturalist here. If they had the Soul Transfer and the Invoke, that's definitely a problem. Or the Soul Transfer and the... what is it? Infernal Grasp. What's our response to that? We go to 6, go to 4, play Naturalist, Journey's Wedding Announcement, transform both of these. That's not good, but it's probably close to okay. Okay, they don't have the Infernal Grasp, so we win. Is Wrenn just a generic good top-end threat? Yeah, that and the fact that the uptick, milling, is a pretty potent form of card advantage with the Rite of Harmony stuff. So I could have played Rite of Harmony here to draw 2. I just don't think I need to do that. This is a little awkward with the lack of lands. We could just play Wrenn and uptick, and then make some land drops. I think I kind of like the idea of Wrenn and uptick here. I don't really want to miss this land drop. We mill Rite of Harmony and make the land drop, sure. We get a Wedding Announcement trigger, so we have chump blockers. Invoke Despair, sure. I am comfortable getting rid of a human. And probably the Kirin touched Orochi, and then the Wrenn. That's fine. So their Invoke Despair successfully did nothing. I mean, it killed some stuff that I don't care about. That's fine. Block, jump block. Wedding Announcement. It's too bad that the Wrenn and Seven last turn only found a single land. It would have been convenient if we had like 3 more lands in hand here. Alright, well, let's just dirtle about a bit. We'll play a couple of Wedding Announcements, and then next turn, if everything's still alive, we'll draw a bunch of cards. Fable makes the mana worse. I don't really think that it, like, improves this deck. Yeah, finding another Shoulder's annoying. The Rite of Harmonies don't accomplish a lot. Alright, so in that case, we're just going to uptick Wrenn and look to mill a Katilda over the next couple of turns. So we hit multiple lands, we get to go Azusa's Many Journeys, play land, Azusa's Many Journeys, play land. So now the opponent has to just sit around and try to kill us with Sheoldred. We gain 6 life with the Azusa's Many Journeys. They have a Liliana that's completely irrelevant.
Nobody knows Dominaria's shadow. I'm tired of your secrets.
I think we're better off upticking Wrenn, trying to mill a Katilda, than downticking. Also, the ultimate doesn't draw cards, it just puts 30 cards in our hand. And that's pretty cool. 2 lands, milled 2 Hallowed Hauntings, which is a bit of a bummer. Drawing Hallowed Hauntings is pretty close to lethal here. Yes, actually drawing Hallowed Haunting this turn would have been lethal. But, oh well. Oh, no, it wouldn't. It would have just been really close to lethal. This turn, drawing Hallowed Haunting is lethal. We are getting pretty close to the point at which Meathook Massacre could be close to lethal. I probably should attack with Jukai Naturalist this next turn to help make sure that doesn't happen. But either way, we're really close to just winning the game because of Wrenn and Seven. Or we can win the game because we drew Hallowed Haunting. I'm avoiding casting the Rite specifically because the Shield Druid is kind of the concern, and I want to play around my opponent possibly being able to kill me with Meathook Massacre, so I'm trying to keep my life total slightly higher. Hey, there's all of the cards that win the game on the spot. And we're going to play Hallowed Haunting. All of my cards now have Flying and Vigilance, which is pretty cool. We're going to turn this card into a 20/20 Flying Vigilant Lifelinker. Then we're going to move to combat. Then we're going to attack the opponent's face. So if we hadn't milled the Katilda, there was the possibility that they could have an instant speed removal spell for the Jukai Naturalist to put us down to not enough enchantments for Hallowed Haunting, 6. Which would have made an all-out attack potentially weird, although they have to do that after we get to declare a Vigilant attack, so we're not even like that strongly punished. But having the Rising Dawn and getting to put it on another creature means there's no way for them to fizzle the fact that we have Flying and Vigilance for this attack. For Sideboard, is Lunarch Veteran better than Fleeting Spirit? What does Lunarch Veteran do? No, Lunarch Veteran does not dodge Farewell, which is the sole purpose of Fleeting Spirit. Yeah, the Wrenn was very, very useful there. The spot that I replaced with Wrenn was an AO, and admittedly, AO also would have been excellent here, and in fact might have been better in the spot where they invoked Despaired Us and killed the Wrenn and Seven. But, oh hey, cool, we won. Rad. But I think the Wrenn and Seven digging for the Katilda actually turned out to be very, very helpful there. Destroy Evil for Shieldred. See, I actually haven't been sideboarding against any black deck. I've just been running the main deck back. Because yes, it feels like Destroy Evil should be good, and I have brought it in against Esper where it also hits Rafine and Wedding Announcement. But there's... what do you cut? What do you cut? Every card in the deck is so good, what do you cut? Alright. We're going to keep this because Jukai Naturalist on turn 2 into Hallowed Haunting is a game plan. Failing that... oh. Wedding Announcement's also a good game plan. Okay. Overgrown Farmland does not come into play untapped on turn 2. This is an important lesson to have learned. We're going to go with moderately embarrassing. Luckily, I don't play this game professional or anything. Which is sad, because double Wedding Announcement on turn 4 would have been neat. Oh, opponent. You're not holding up like a Quench or anything, are you? Oh, you super are. And now we're going to Quench the Wedding Announcement? That is, in fact, what their plan was. Okay. Yeah, that might have been better as a turn where we got 2 spirits. I don't know. Passing, huh? So that's fascinating. I can't play both of these cards. I could play Rite of Harmony plus cycle Spara's headquarters, but that doesn't transform it back to day. I think we just fire off the Rite of Harmony to cycle. And then cycle the headquarters. I have no clue what opponent is on. Absolutely no idea. Alright, there's the teachings of Kirin. That's pretty good. Opponent doing nothing on my turn is pretty interesting. Do we even need 5 drops in this deck? I'm eyeing Cemetery Protector. Seems like it would drive the explosiveness off the top. Cemetery Protector might not be, like, bad. Okay. So that's a big trampler. So hypothetically, lots of removal possible here for the opponent. Could choose to trade off my board with both Lords of the Ulvenwald, but would not necessarily be able to Hallowed Haunting plus Teachings of the Kirin next turn. I think I actually cycle this headquarters before I make my blocks, because if we hit an untapped land, I'm a lot more comfortable doing this. Leaving them with just the slasher, and I get to turn it back to day next turn. Ooh. Okay, Howlpack Piper's potentially scary, I guess. Alright, now we get to cast magic cards. We probably should have been casting on turn 3, but oh well. Do we attack here and try to start racing? No, I think we chill for a turn. We're probably casting Rite of Harmony next turn and not this turn, but it's probably a good thing in this deck to just be in the habit of setting a stop on your main phase no matter what. Alright, now what nasty 6-drop werewolf does the opponent put into play with Howlpack Piper? They don't. They play Unnatural Moonrise. Okay, so we are playing against deeply tribal decks here. Okay. Block, double block. I believe it's probably better to kill the slasher than the howler. Taking 8 damage. Now, Katilda's not an enchantment, so not triggering Hallowed Haunting kind of hurts. This is only going to be a 5/5. Ooh, second Katilda is actually quite bad. Still, 5/5 lifelinker's not bad. You give what? +1/+0 and trample? Fortunately, no protection from werewolves. Set an upkeep stop. Opponent transforms stuff. Jukai Naturalist with no haste is enough to mean that we can't block Howler profitably. Do we trade with Tovolar or Howler? Tovolar's a source of trample, so we probably trade with the Tovolar. What? Why 3? Oh, okay. Gotcha. Alright, so we drew a land, which means if I Rite of Harmony, we'll draw a card off Teachings. Best case scenario, we find an enchantment. I think we just have to go for that. Find Azusa's Mini Journeys. Triggers Hallowed Haunting, draws a card. I think triggering Hallowed Haunting is worse than just having Katilda draw a card. Alright, what card do you have to put into play? Howlpack Piper, untap. Tovolar, untap, that's fine. And Stormseeker's pretty annoying. Dogs are not wolves, so Goldhound isn't actually a problem. Turns tonight, opponent gets some Wild Song Howler things going, has more Stormseekers, we can turn it back to day. Do we have lethal? 2 Stormseekers, cool. We flood a bit, that's not great. Azusa's Mini Journeys, trigger, Hallowed Haunting. Does this give Flying or Vigilance in any way? No. Right, so they will turn it back tonight because of the Tovolar. There are creatures in the graveyard, so attacking with Kirin would get us an additional spirit, which pumps the Katilda more. Playing Katilda gives +9/+9 on attacks. Oh, do I have lethal? I think that's lethal. That does look like lethal. I think we just go for lethal. Oh, also this triggers, so is that like 22 damage? 21? Something like that? I don't know. Seems good. Exile target creature. Boinkity boink. 1 over lethal. That works. Yeah, they absolutely could cast most anything there. Oh, I should have played the forest. That's a huge mistake. They showed Make Disappear in their deck. I mean, they could sacrifice a creature to cast Make Disappear to have stopped us too, I suppose. Okay, so playing against werewolf nonsense. Which card is the card that is the most anything? Could hypothetically play Katilda number 4 or Wandering Emperor over Wrenn and Seven, I suppose. Do we want to? I don't know. I think, as is usually the case with this deck, I'm going to look at it, think, and then decide, you know what, actually I'm just going to submit the same 60 again. As is tradition. Maybe you need to redesign your sideboard. But I can't figure out anything I want in the deck that the deck doesn't already have. I just really like the main board. Do I want... Yeah, I need the second white source. So even though we're kind of flooding, I think I still have to play the headquarters on one. AO is what we used to have and just cut. Basically replaced it with the Wrenn, because we were frequently getting into the position where the AO was, like, not worth playing a lot. And then the opponent just kind of doesn't kill it, and we're sort of in a staring contest. And the assumption is the Wrenn and Seven ought to actually just be better at doing the things. Hopefully. Alright. You wanna trade the Hallpack Piper for the Naturalist opponent? No? Okay. Alright, what are we putting into play? Reckless Stormseeker seems good. Outland Liberator. That's pretty annoying. It's actually deeply annoying. Yeah, this one card might actually counter me kind of hard. I might need answers to that. Also, the cards that we have in hand might counter me kind of hard. I would have preferred an answer to that. Literally anything, really. Remember when I played the Spara's headquarters on turn 1? Because I did need the second white source, and then I think every draw this game has been a white source. I'm actually sort of relieved that they played the Arlen rather than the Tovolar. Oh, I guess they're going to uptick the Tovolar to flip it back to day, is the idea? Yeah, so not actually swing with the Arlen. Yeah, that tracks. Okay. I believe we are willing to concede here on account of me not being able to do literally anything with my hand that doesn't include cards. That is a failure condition for the deck. Now, if we wanted to answer Frenzied Trapbreaker, what would we do? Mostly I feel like we just don't. What if we just didn't answer Frenzied Trapbreaker and just resubmitted the same deck again? This deck has no need for upkeep stops, but it needs a main phase stop on almost every turn. Specifically because you often, if you top deck Rite of Harmony, want to cast Rite of Harmony in response to your Saga triggers. This is good. We will keep this hand. I'm uncertain whether we would prefer Wedding Announcement or Restoration of Eiganjo on turn 3 against this deck. Trapbreaker leans into me thinking that we'd actually prefer Restoration of Eiganjo, because Wedding Announcement starts setting up faster for longer term better value. But Restoration of Eiganjo has a higher impact in the short term. Kind of sad to have lost Hallowed Haunting, but it's not at its best against Trapbreaker anyway. Would have preferred to have milled a 2-drop that we could get back with Restoration of Eiganjo, but yeah, that's fine. More Restoration of Eiganjos doesn't hurt, but again, we would prefer to find a 2-drop. Spell Pierce, sure. I suppose in a sense I could have played Katilda out that turn to play around the 1-mana Spell Pierce, but it didn't seem likely or, you know, worth it. I think what I do is I play Katilda here so that I can flash back the 5-drop version next turn, assuming that they're going to quench literally anything that I play here. Because putting the Katilda on Kirin Touch Orochi seems pretty good. Yeah, if you don't set a manual stop in your first main phase, the game will resolve all of your saga triggers before you can respond to them. Alright. Katilda go here. We have no creatures in the yard. Oh, that's a bummer. Okay. I guess I'm probably just racing my opponent. No, I don't want to race my opponent. Specifically, if I trade off the Spirit with a Naturalist, then my Kirin Touch Orochi shrinks, and I don't think that I actually want that at all. If you have 2 Saga triggers, you can put the stop when you're ordering them, yes. Which does work. It's a nice reminder to have. Alrighty, ticket to play. Probably going to mulligan for a hand that has 2 drops. Probably going to keep a hand that has 2 drops. Get rid of a land. Play Jukai Naturalist on 2. This is socks. Okiba Reckoner Raid. Oh, I do dearly love that card. Quite a lot. What is the opponent on it? I don't know of any deck with Okiba Reckoner Raid in it. Black... main deck Outland Liberator? Oh, that's a little mean, isn't it? Goodness gracious. Okay. I want to encourage the opponent to trade off here. No, they don't want to. I was operating under the assumption that they were more likely to trade off if they didn't know that I could get Naturalist back with Restoration, but they didn't want to trade off regardless. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Now hopefully this doesn't involve somehow playing nothing and turning it to night, because I'm not sure I can beat an Outland Liberator at night. Okay, Showdown Heavy. I can kind of live with that for the time being. We draw a land which isn't helpful. That means it's going to turn to night. Because I have nothing to cast. Oh dear. I should have cycled this headquarters in response to the Restoration of Eiganjo trigger, probably. I actually just have to cast this to stop my Restoration of Eiganjo from dying. Which is not my favorite. Yeah, we're kind of just fizzling here, unfortunately. So this is almost certainly that 3-mana enchantment deck. Puts a +1/+1 counter on something. Decline. Oh, this is Menace. That sucks for me. Fight rigging, yeah. So in this position, the Fable would be instead of the Wrenn and Seven, I suppose. Okay, so Frenzied Trapbreaker kills both of our creatures. We go to 8. Or we take 8, go to 2. They also have an instant speed removal spell for the Wrenn token. That would be bad. Still, I think the Wrenn token is the best option we have. Mostly Frenzied Trapbreaker is just kind of just the nuts against me. My experience has not been that I want the hand smoothing. My experience has been I lose to not having a tap land on 2 more than anything else.
When I win, you're telling me what
Sure. Well, does that kill me? No. Still just puts me to 2. But they have to sacrifice the Trap Breaker to put me to 2. Oh, wait, I can make them draw with Shakedown Heavy. That's actually pretty interesting. So they should actually throw the Road Captain at the Wrenn in that case. Okay, mini journeys, huh? Uptick Wrenn, what happens? We mill a Katilda. That's pretty good. How close is that to lethal, I wonder? Probably not, because... yeah, we don't have any enchantments on the board anyway. So do I Katilda to gain a bunch of life and then lose if they have a Liliana or a removal spell, which I would say is probably pretty likely? I think we're probably better off going this way and hoping to draw a land. Jukai Naturalist, that's fine. Wrenn doesn't die to the Nezumi now. Liliana Uptick taking out Jukai Naturalist would be slightly annoying. Do we want to prevent that? Or would I rather clock my opponent? 13... I think I would rather protect the Jukai Naturalist because I'm operating under the assumption that my 7/7 is going to die.
it's no fun when they hit back.
I would rather not Rite of Harmony this turn. I think I have to make my opponent draw a card here. It's too likely that they could go land Shieldred and kill me instantly otherwise. Does my opponent just play a main deck life gain hate card? In addition to the main deck artifact enchantment hate card? My deck isn't so meta that it's like already worth main deck hating, is it? Huh. Okay. So if they draw a land, they got 6 damage, 7 damage next turn. So untapped land currently kills us. Relatively unavoidably. Do I just hope they don't draw the land? Is that my best option? Or do I hold back with creatures? Wish you had vigilance. Alright, down to 6. But we're not dead here. If they Liliana, they can't pay to pump the knight. They swing with heavy. I could choose to double block. I lose the Naturalist. How much does the Naturalist matter to me? I have no removal for the Knight of Dusk's Shadow. I think I give them a card to keep the Naturalist around because I'm assuming I need to combo off and win this turn. And I think that's maybe not even possible with the Naturalist, but definitely not possible without the Naturalist. Oh, we'll let the key out. Whoa. Underdog. Sleeper. Okay. Well. How does this turn look for us? Draw a card. Need to cantrip off a lot. Katilda's interesting. Four blockers, no life gain. Do you have haste? No. No lethal this turn. Next turn might be a different story? Yeah, the Knight of Dusk's Shadow is doing, like, actually infinite work here. It's quite a problem. Remove, double block, block, block. Remove, double block, block. Block, block, remove. This might be a mistake, but I think I'm supposed to swing this turn. I don't know if I can be killed here. There's a land drop, that helps. If they have 2 removal spells, I'm in a lot of trouble. No, wait, am I not even dead to 2 removal spells? 2 removal spells if both of the removal spells cost 1 mana kill me, I think. Or a 1 mana removal spell, a 2 mana removal spell, and another Nezumi Road Captain. But if they have a 2 mana removal spell, they probably would have killed the Tree Folk before now, so that's not likely. A lifelinking creature killing Knight will not result in me gaining life, no. But from the opponent's perspective, I could have an instant speed removal spell of some kind that could kill the Knight in response to blocks. But if I did have that, I'd probably have killed the Knight and then gained 13 life, so they can pretty safely conclude that I don't have that. Shieldred's the main life gain deck. Most of the green, white, and Bant decks, to the extent they exist, do kind of rely on gaining life as their way to fight Shieldred. So in that sense, Knight of Dusk's Shadow fights your opponent's Shieldreds and also kind of defends your Shieldred game plan. Yeah, Titan of Industry also gains life. It fights Titan of Industry a little less effectively because they can just choose to do something else other than gain life, but restricting options is generally always a good thing. I wonder if... I don't know what the opponent's deck is, so I wonder if you have to attack with everything there with the Knight. And just hope that I draw them into a removal spell with Shakedown Heavy. Okay, so let's see. Are you a spirit? No, you're just a tree folk. So the only thing I can mill that's relevant here is Katilda. So I think that means I play Rite of Harmony and then downtick Wrenn. And then see what else happens. In a way, this reads to me like they're planning to kill my tree folk, which is confusing because if they could do that, I would have thought they would have done it pre-attacks. No, it's just Tear Asunder. That's confusing. Was that not lethal? I guess it wasn't. I just barely had enough to block the Underdog and Sleeper and go to 1. Yeah, that's unfortunate. We had the potential there to storm off and draw into enough things to make Katilda a second lethal threat. Swinging with Katilda doesn't kill our opponent and leaves us more dead on the backswing. And also it doesn't die if we swing with it. But, yeah, unfortunately our last couple of draws were all lands, which did not result in things being great. So they're playing around Wandering Emperor here, which is nice. Unfortunately, all of my lands are not Wandering Emperor. That is another Katilda. Oh, is that lethal? I think that might be lethal. I like to keep the not summoning sick one. I like to give big tree flying. I like to swing for 19. Okay. When in doubt, leave mana up because you have nothing to do. Successfully bluff Wandering Emperor and win. So, I guess if the classic question is which wins, Flood or Mana Screw, sometimes Flood wins. What are we doing here? I'm playing against Tear Asunder and Outland Liberator main deck. How is this my life? How have we reached the position where I'm playing against multiple main deck naturalizes? I'm a little uncomfortable. Oh, dear me. I kind of feel like I'm probably supposed to bring in the 3 Wandering Emperors then. And probably be less excited about the mini journeys as a result. Yeah, I mean, Mini Journeys is still good with Wandering Emperor. Maybe in that case, the Jukai Naturalist is what I don't necessarily want as many copies of. Maybe a Wedding Announcement? I don't know, this is weird. I don't want to remove my deck's ability to do my deck's thing. Hallowed Haunting might be the most medium card, I guess? So maybe we trim on the Hallowed Hauntings? Do I want more Katildas? They're likely to be boarding into more removal after seeing the Katildas, right? Well, I mean, the Katilda's backside is actually pretty weak against mono main deck naturalizes. Circle of Confinement also not actually good removal against naturalized deck. I'm going to board in Peacekeeper, but I think that's probably almost certainly wrong. It's really hard to cut Haunting, because that's like what this deck does? That's not to say that it's wrong to cut it, it's just that I kind of feel like maybe we're not functional as a deck if we're cutting it. Restoration is slow, but it's also a thing that draws a card on ETB, which makes it one of the only enchantments we have that costs more than 2 mana that actually gets value against an immediate naturalize. Yeah, AO would be amazing here, for sure. Although, I guess the Game 1 Wrenn might have done a lot more than the AO in the long term of things. But the AO's Vigilance would have been really useful. Oh, no, because hold on, they eventually just used an exile-based removal spell for the Wrenn token. So, like, unironically, the Wrenn accomplished a lot more than AO would have. Put a mulligan to 5. My hand doesn't do a lot. Apparently does Rite of Harmony. So we'd like to draw a different 2-drop than Teachings, or else another Teachings. Multiple Evolved Sleepers. Okay. Well, alright. Teachings the Kirin into Wedding Announcement into double Rite of Harmony is a lot of card draw, if they don't blow up my poor little enchantments. So many sleepers. Alright, the Wrenn's also pretty decent. Alright. How do sleepers handle tokens? Set a main phase stop. So we can double block a sleeper. What's the best way to do this? If I double block one sleeper, they have to double pump the sleeper that we block, and we lose our board. They do 3 damage to us. What? If they swung with both sleepers, I also had the option to block both. Okay, I'm confused. Why do this? Why not take the 1 damage? What spell do you have here that... Cut down? Cut down would make you attack with every evolved sleeper anyway. I feel like I was going to make this double block even if they swung with every evolved sleeper. Okay, they didn't want to spend 2 mana. They wanted to only spend 1? So they didn't want me to make the 1-on-1 blocks. Because then they would have needed to defend the evolved sleeper, which means they have a 2-drop here they really care about playing, I guess. Naturalize, possibly, wanting to hit either the Wedding Announcement or the Teachings. Stops do something a little more valuable than full control if you want to get priority to do something on your turn before you would usually have priority. Like, say, in your upkeep or in response to a Saga trigger on your main phase. So I can Rite of Harmony here that will draw 2 cards, and then the other Rite of Harmony would draw 1 card. Or, now that I've drawn Restoration, I think Restoration's probably a better play. I'm expecting the opponent to naturalize the wedding announcement here, which is fine. Let's start with the restoration. Draw land. Presumably while I'm tapped out, opponent naturalizes the wedding announcement. They wait. That makes sense too. We have a creature in the graveyard, so the Kirin Touched Orochi can make a token next turn. No attacks. We'd like to make blocking harder for our opponent. The naturalize doesn't happen. They're going to choose to naturalize the restoration instead of the wedding announcement? Okay. That's fine. That's fine. 4 mana means 2 mana, 3 mana, 1 mana, 2 mana. Okay, I guess no blocks. What do we do with 3 mana? If it's a Liliana, we win. Yeah, okay. Mostly the opponent mulliganed to 5 and drew a bunch of Evolved Sleepers, which is a card that's just not good in multiple. You basically want to draw 1 Evolved Sleeper on turn 1 and then never draw an Evolved Sleeper for as long as you have an Evolved Sleeper. I don't feel like the opponent's deck really got to show off its function there. That matchup should be inherently terrible for us. That many naturalizes and just having access to Trap Breaker is so completely absurd. We do want to hit a white source, and the deck is considerably better if we find a white source, but Teachings of the Kirin is kind of a 2-drop that's so good I never want to mulligan it. Don't pass the turn with your mana up. Okay, cool, Modern Age. What does this card do? Draw a card, discard a card? So this is like one of those mono blue flash decks that Tommy, I don't know what I'm playing against. Okay. That works too. When you run buddy lands over slow lands in Pioneer. I have no idea. What's a buddy land? Do you want some better Liberator answers in your sideboard? I guess hypothetically. What could we play that's a decent Liberator answer? Ivy Gleeful Spell Thief. Okay. Azusa's Mini Journeys is very fun. I really wanted to play Wedding Announcement this turn, but I think we're going to just have to settle for, like, drawing 4 cards instead. What if the opponent Spell Pierces me? What if the opponent Spell Pierces me? Is getting Spell Pierced bad enough that I should try to avoid it? I guess if I just play Wedding Announcement, then the Wedding Announcement gets Spell Pierced anyway. So they would Spell Pierce the Mini Journeys, not the Rite of Harmony, right? Oh, Glacier Fortress. I generally think that there's not a ton of reason to play slow lands outside of 2-color decks, and that check lands are generally better than anything that's not a 2-color deck. But I don't have a lot of experience building 2-color mana bases in... I'm going to go for it. What's the worst that could happen? Oh gosh, they have a 1-mana spell. Please don't be Spell Pierce. It's not Spell Pierce. Alright, 0-mana Growth Spiral. One mana Divination. It also makes creatures. Mill to Katilda. That sounds like fun. Restoration of Eiganjo is going to be a white source anyway. Teachings of the Kirin, also cool. Jukai Naturalist has done its value. Happy to trade off with Ivy at this point. I do not need more Jukai Naturalist. I don't know what the opponent's doing, but I'm assuming that since I've already drawn in a bunch of cards and already accelerated my mana, I'm comfortable just removing whatever they're doing while doing my game plan slightly slower. That seems fine. Alright, we get some Saga stuff. Can't really attack into the 2-3. They counter Restoration of Eiganjo or the game is over. So which do? They do not counter Restoration of Eiganjo, which means the game is probably over. We will get an untapped land, and we will not play Teachings this turn. Because I want to play Teachings next turn. Mostly I want to play Rite of Harmony next turn, but I've got 3 sagas going off that are going to draw cards with Rite of Harmony, and I'm also going to discard a tap land to get back Jukai Naturalist, which is going to make Teachings of Kirin cost 1 mana. And then we're going to play our 1 mana draw 2. Boseiju and Duplimancy. Oh, that's cute. Okay. Set a stop. It wouldn't have mattered because we have multiple saga triggers that we would have had order, but still, set a stop. Opponent attacks with a 2/3. Do we think we have lethal here if I don't play Rite of Harmony? Probably not. I don't think so. So we will play the Rite of Harmony. Alright. Draw a card. Ooh, Hallowed Haunting. That's fun. Draw a card. Ooh, a Rite of Harmony. That's fun. Discard this Spara's headquarters. Get back a Jukai Naturalist. Draw a card. Draw a Wrenn. That's fine. Play Teachings of the Kirin. Draw 2 cards. Mill 3 cards. No, my Azusa's Mini Journeys. Oh, wow. We didn't draw anything we could cast? That's a bummer. Alright, well. Attack for 2, discard to hand size. Your go, opponent. Not a Michiko's Reign of Truth. Yeah, I mean, like, Michiko's Reign of Truth is pretty cool, but how am I supposed to cut any of this stuff for it, you know? Michiko's Reign of Truth is, like, aggressive, but why be aggressive when I could be value? Let's see. Am I Rite of Harmonying here? Restoration of Eiganjo is about to flip. Katilda can be cast. Opponent has 2 flying blockers. I think today we are probably not... Probably not Katilda gaming. We are probably going to play our Hallowed Haunting. And then we are going to play our Restoration of Eiganjo. Then we are going to play a Plains. Then we're going to play Wedding Announcement. Then we're going to attack with the Likeness of the Seer in this 3/3, and probably not the Kirin Touch Orochi on this turn. Alright, well, time for the opponent to find out if they're doing Defiler of Dreams things. I wonder, did we want the 1/1 more than we wanted to do 3 damage to the opponent? Hard to say. I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure there's a card legal in Standard ignoring mana restrictions that would get the opponent out of this. But that might be presumptive. I imagine there's a possibility that Michiko's Reign of Truth could, like, replace Likeness of the Seer, maybe, but the mana ramp is so good. Let's see. What do I want to do here? Probably get back a Jukai Naturalist. Let's get back a Naturalist. I'm pretty sure we could beat Farewell here pretty easily just by virtue of having so many cards. And then... let's see. So we're going to assume the opponent probably has, like, a ton of blockers. Off of the Boseiju and Duplimancy on the Defiler of Dreams. Blue permanent spells. How many permanents target that they can cast with Flash? I wonder. We have 2 Spirit Cleric tokens. So let's start by pumping those up big enough to be lethal. I should probably be Rite of Harmonying this turn. I think it was a mistake that I didn't. Played a land yet? Yes. Yeah, it was actually a pretty big mistake that I didn't Rite of Harmony, because I'm not going to have enough mana to do anything else. You know what? I'm going to not continue making the same mistake that I've been making this entire turn. We're going to fix that mistake. We're going to put Katilda's Rising Sun on the Likeness of the Seer, so that if they do end up chump blocking it, we get to play the Wrenn and Seven. Just a casual 20/20. More lands isn't helpful. Alright, do we swing with everybody? Probably swing with everybody. Make 2 more spirits, which draws 2 more cards, and pumps our Spirit Clerics again. So far, Wrenn has felt mostly better than AO, yeah. Okay, got there. I mean, there's certainly been positions where we're comboing off, and we're not playing the AO, we're not playing the Wrenn and Seven much like the AO, but also those positions are games that you're winning anyway, so who cares? You're winning. Nerdy Steve! Thanks for the raid! You join us doing some incredibly silly enchantment nonsense. How'd your stream go? Assuming that any ad breaks that get forced upon you have already ended. Alright, let's see. We're playing against blue-green. Literally, we don't know what yet. Probably Curiosity, if I had to hazard a guess. Because Curiosity affects 1-mana enchantments that make a creature draw a card when it does damage. Seem like they would synergize with Ivy and Duplimancy and Defiler of Dreams and Vector Glider. And to an extent, Delver of Secrets. Anointed Peacekeeper doesn't fly, but it does help restrict what our opponent can do. I'm going to be honest, I'm running into the problem of all of the cards in my main deck seem too good to cut once again. Your decks are great for me to steal for you too because they aren't mono black. That's what I've been doing too. I've just been trying to find clickbait ways to say, hey, check it out, this deck isn't mono black. And then they work, because apparently that's actually just totally fine. And all of the decks with swamps aren't like the entire of the meta after all. Is this the no swamp stream? It is once again, that just appears to be what we're accidentally doing a lot. Storm Chaser Drake. Yeah, okay, so that is in fact all of what the opponent's about. So if I play Jukai Naturalist this turn, then Rite of Harmony, Azusa's Many Journeys... No, that doesn't quite work. But if I Azusa's Many Journeys, then Restoration next turn, that probably works better. I think we're actually better off playing Azusa's Many Journeys here on the first turn than Jukai Naturalist, specifically because it sets up for a better Rite of Harmony turn eventually. Oh, I was operating under the assumption, actually, that I was going to Restoration of Eiganjo on turn 3, but maybe it's better for me to just Hallowed Haunting on turn 3? Security bypass. Unblockable? Oh, no, just... As long as it's attacking alone, it can't be blocked, and it connives when it deals combat damage. Okay, sure. Well then, opponent, do you have the Spell Pierce for my Hallowed Haunting? That's a no. I think I just have to resolve Hallowed Haunting while my opponent's tapped out. Although I guess they're green, so they could definitely be playing some kind of Naturalize effect here. Combat Research. Do we Rite of Harmony this turn or nay? Probably nay. Would draw 2 cards at the moment, but that's probably just not what we're looking for this turn. Hermit. Okay, that's kind of a problem. Would I rather them counter the wedding announcement here or the Restoration of Eiganjo? What if they don't counter it? They almost certainly will, but if they don't, I'd rather have the Restoration of Eiganjo in play, I'm pretty sure. Because I want a land to make a land drop here. I think we get them to counter the Restoration. I have a very important question. If I was to copy this deck, which card should I put on the deck box? Probably Rite of Harmony. I think that this is like 90% a Rite of Harmony deck and 10% oops, I accidentally played midrange. Yeah, there's the counter. But we got the Hallowed Haunting trigger already. So the opponent probably has us on a 2-turn clock. They discarded the Fading Hope, so there is some... Okay, wait, so 1, Jukai Naturalist can actually deal combat damage and gain life so that they might not kill us. 2, Katilda does require an answer. Jukai Naturalist gets bounced. Okay, so they deny us the life gain there. And represent more damage next turn. Okay, so we probably can't win here in all likelihood. We play Katilda first, so that if they have Quench, they have to sack the Spell Thief, but if they have Quench, I think we still just lose in general. Okay, then we Jukai Naturalist. Yeah, so they're just looking for any removal spell for Katilda. Okay. Okay, that counts. Not fast enough to beat that. So let's see. Now operating under the assumption that the opponent with a... But that was on the play. How do we feel about on the draw? I'm debating whether I want to bring in Anointed Peacekeepers because of how much it might be capable of slowing down the opponent. But I also feel like that's probably just not worth doing. And expensive removal spells seem like it's just leaning into getting blown out by the fact that the opponent's already playing a ton of cheap interactive removal spells anyway. I'd rather just goldfish them. Circle of Confinement's probably not unreasonable to play, and Wedding Announcement probably takes too long to get value here. I wonder if I well, they have Unsummoned, so just jamming a turn 3 Katilda isn't exactly very good against them either. What if we don't really have time for the Rite of Harmony stuff? And maybe I should just lean into the fact that Anointed Peacekeeper slows the opponent down in some way. That would also mean that I don't necessarily want as many Azusa, as many Journeys. I think this might be like a complete mistake, but I'm willing to make some mistakes in the name of experimentation. Alright, we'll take the play. We'll keep the hand and hope to top deck a land next turn. Well, either a tap land or an untap land next turn, or an untap land in 2 turns. Opponent starts mulliganing. Yeah, these kind of creature aura shells tend to have to mulligan more than other shells because they require a perfect mix of cards, as opposed to just having general purpose cards that are good in a wider combination of possible, well, combinations. Okay, so if we hit the untapped land and get to play Hallowed Haunting, I like our position. Modern Age feels like a card I'm not supposed to be concerned about. So let's go untap land, and then next turn draw a 2-drop aura would be ideal. Failure. But we do get to play Peacekeeper. I would like to make Combat Research far more expensive to cast, I think. This is kind of an awkward start. The best thing that can be said about this start is that we get to have a 3-3 and another 3-3 punching our opponent. Yeah, they got rid of the Combat Research, which isn't, like, surprising, per se. We begin clocking the opponent. And I believe I'm just okay running Hallowed Haunting out into a counterspell. They don't have a counterspell. That is also good. So they are going to have a slightly difficult time racing us at this point, I feel like. An expensive Combat Research while still holding up Spell Pierce. Okay. Fair enough, opponent. Just play Katilda, because that doesn't get hit by Spell Pierce. Doing it pre-combat so that I have a way to punish them if they happen to chump the Likeness of the Seer, but that doesn't seem likely. They jump the Peacekeeper, use Protection? No, slip out the back. Okay, sure. So I don't want to block with Katilda, because they would just give Aberration indestructible anyway. Chaser Drake, sure. 3-4, moderately annoying. Untap land, not the worst. We get to play another Hallowed Haunting. Can play through Spell Pierce. Katilda attacking, not the best. Katilda blocking, pretty decent. If we attack, we kill a Vector Glider, probably. They play the protection spell on the Storm Chaser Drake, and that's it. I think that's a no-go. Oh, maybe I'm supposed to do that so that I put Katilda in the graveyard, though. Then I get to replay it as an enchantment that triggers both Hallowed Hauntings? Yeah, the modified power and toughness here, showing this thing to be a 3-4, is not a color that's very readable on the darker blue Saga backside thing, huh? There we go. Wedding Announcement is stellar. We will play a Rite of Harmony. We will play a Wedding Announcement, and then it will get counterspelled. But we will draw 2 cards anyway, even though it gets counterspelled. Oh no! Spell Pierce. Whatever will I do? Draw a card. Draw a card. Katilda seems cool. Opponent has a protection spell. If we swing with Katilda, no matter how we swing, they end up losing 2 creatures. Is that right? That looks right. No matter how they block Katilda, they lose 2 creatures. So you know what? I think we just go ahead and swing with everybody here. Well, thanks, Chaos Decree. I'm happy to hear it. Yeah, opponent, I don't know how you block out of this. Storm Chaser Drake draws a card. Yes. I guess they can just Storm Chaser Drake chump block Katilda. Put the 3/4 in front of the Anointed Peacekeeper. Take 7. But also I gain 7. So, like, that seems pretty good to me. And then we just have a board full of 4/4s, which also seems pretty good to me. That are going to turn into, like, 8/8s next turn. Hallowed Haunting feels like the kind of card that blue might have a tough time against. No. Okay, so they are willing to trade off with the Katilda. With 2 of their creatures. Yeah, sure, this order doesn't really matter. Oh, cool, I get to untap lands. Neat. Because they block the Likeness of the Seer instead of the Anointed Peacekeeper, which feels like not the thing they should have done. Would I rather play another Katilda or get 2 more Spirit tokens? Choices. I think I'd rather get 2 more Spirit tokens. That feels harder for them to stop from being lethal. Also, drawing 3 cards is probably better than drawing 1 card. Yeah, that seems fun. Okay. How are we wiping the board, opponent? Ivy Spell Thief is probably not a start that wipes the board. Okay. I would like to discard this Plains. Oh, I already messed up. I should have cast Rite of Harmony in response to this. Okay, in that case, we're going to discard the Jukai Naturalist and get back the Jukai Naturalist. Spells cost less. Then we're going to Rite of Harmony. Then we're going to Plains. Then we're going to play Katilda on the Peacekeeper. Make 2 more spirits. Ivy is anyone, huh? Oh. Okay, this card is less embarrassing than I thought. Neat. They can copy my auras, too. So that gives them a lifelinking blocker. Does that, like, matter at all? 4/3 lifelink? Safekeeping on Drake, try to draw Spell Pierce. Also safekeeping on Ivy. Okay. Cute. Gain 4 life. Okay, cute. Alright, we're doing things. We don't appear to be doing things that matter, though. But we're doing things. You can still cast Rite of Harmony in response. The discard places another trigger on the stack. Was I at the point where I could do that? I think you're right. It is a reflexive trigger. So I might have still been able to do that, yeah. All right, retrieve socks. Socks just took off probably about 10 minutes ago. Where the black source is? We forgot to put him in the deck, unfortunately. That and the red sources, too. Couldn't figure out how to fit Fable in here yet. We're working on it. That's the new tech. I think it would almost be tempting to keep this. If I knew I was playing against a, like, red-black list, I would actually keep this hand. But in the blind... okay. You're gonna Wrenn and Seven and keep this, I guess? I'm looking for something that actually has a 2-drop that I can play. And this has a 2-drop I can play. White-black. Interesting. Alright, so removal spell for Jukai Naturalist? No! Radical. Anointed Peacekeeper kind of has to name Hallowed Haunting, might name Restoration of Eiganjo. I think naming Restoration of Eiganjo would be a trick, however. They do in fact name the Hallowed Haunting. Bummer. Alright, well, Restoration of Eiganjo and Teachings of Kirin are pretty good 2-for-1s. So we're going to grab our planes. We're going to play our Teachings. We're going to mill Rite of Harmony. Perfect. Did we also mill a powerful 2-drop? No. How disappointing. Okay. No swings this turn. But I think we're going to draw like 6 cards off this Rite of Harmony on turn 5, and that'll be fun. Jukai Naturalist, I would love you to get bigger. Do I discard a card here? I could turn any of these cards into a land. I could cast Teachings for free. I kind of don't even want to do the Teachings this turn, though. Oh, you know what I could do? I could discard the Teachings to put the Forest into play. Play 2 Restorations, and then discard a Plains next turn to get back the Teachings. So I just have slightly more mana. Is that... I think that's reasonable. I think that's probably what I'm supposed to do, maybe. I don't know. We're gonna go with it. This might be insane. I guess I could have also discarded the Plains to accomplish the same thing. This makes me immune to Duress, though, in a sense. Wait, Duress would just put the card in the graveyard where I wanted it. So I guess not really. Yeah, we can set a main phase stop here. We are going to draw a deeply, deeply, deeply busted number of cards this turn. Draw 4? No! Oh, no, 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 no. We are not going to be drawing 4. We are probably going to be drawing more like 8, probably more than 8. And no blocks, opponent, I'm good. Hopefully the opponent doesn't play Shieldred. They did not. Cool. Okay. Let's see. I want them stacked in this order. I want to cast the Rite of Harmony. We are going to flip a Teachings of the Kirin. We are going to draw a card. The opponent's going to concede. No! We'll never know. Oh, we'll never know. Okay, so let's imagine best case scenario. This Rite of Harmony draws a Kirin Touched Orochi. The next trigger, I guess, draws also a... So draw 1 from Kirin Touched Orochi, draw 2 from this other thing flipping. For the Restoration of Eiganjo triggers, one of them gets the Kirin Touched Orochi back from the graveyard. That draws up to 4. Let's pretend one of those 4 draws is another Kirin Touched Orochi. We discard that one to reanimate itself. That's 6 cards. At that point, we have a land drop up to 2 lands in play. We play 4 copies of Azusa's Many Teachings, which each draw a land. So that's 10. Then we have 2 lands remaining. We play the other 2 Kirin Touched Orochis. I think we draw about 14 cards. Best case scenario that turn. I think we're guaranteed to draw like at least 8, though. Almost guaranteed. 6 guaranteed. Right? No, 5 guaranteed. 5 guaranteed. Probably 8 on average. Up to 14. We've not lost a match yet, but we have lost games. Also, what is my opponent doing? black-white legend aggro with Rotodrobic, Adeline, Shieldred possibly. Kind of want Destroy Evil against Adeline and Shieldred potentially. Could cut Wrenn and Seven to accomplish that. Okay. We're going to cut a Wrenn and Seven for one removal spell. I'm not sure if that's actually correct. Well, this hand seems great. We're going to keep. Ooh, Thalia. That's rude. Play a Jukai Naturalist. That's kind of like the anti-Thalia. Rafine. Wow. Okay, so they actually are an Esper deck. That potentially made this a different play. Or a different sideboarding package, rather. I don't know. Okay. Swing with Naturalist because we want to gain 2 life. Play Restoration of Eiganjo. Oh, okay, cool. Getting to do 2 damage is also fun. Adeline. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Pumping Thalia instead of the Rafine. Okay, interesting choice. Now, admittedly, Adeline's a pretty strong magic card. We might die to that. Alright, let's go ahead and Restoration of Eiganjo, discarding Jukai Naturalist, getting back Jukai Naturalist. Then we're going to play a Plains and a Hallowed Haunting. And I think we actually have to be kind of defensive here, so we're going to play a Teachings too. I could have sandbagged that Teachings to play better with Rite of Harmony, but I think we probably better not. Alright, now I would like to not die this turn, ideally. But I confess, we're probably going to die here. Main phase stop? We might as well. It's very unlikely we actually bother with Rite of Harmony this turn. Why does Haunting cost 3 and not 2? Because there's also a Thalia taxing it. Now they start putting the counters on the Rafine, which I think was probably the correct choice. Opponent discards many cards. We block an Adeline. We block some 1/1s. This does kill the 2/2. I kind of forgot about that part. I don't know if that was a mistake or not. Up to 7. Rafine, kind of close to lethal. Jukai Naturalists get good double blocks on Adeline tokens for as long as Adeline's on play. So the opponent can't just attack with the Rafine, and they draw the shield. Okay, that probably kills us. Don't think I get to beat that with the land draw. No attacks. Takanuma. Opponent gets back Anointed Peacekeeper here, most likely. Oh no, Ellis for more damage? Whenever a creature they control dies, I lose life. Okay. They get to put 5 counters on the Rafine, potentially, which could be an issue. Yeah. Okay. 1 card in hand for the opponent. And enough mana to activate Plaza of Heroes to save the Shieldred. Also a problem. So that put us like this. Go to 2. They have an Ellis untapped. There's a bit of a problem. And the Adeline. This doesn't seem like a good situation to be in, but I don't think we have an alternative. Oh, right. Shieldred. So not enough. Yeah, Thalia's relatively inconvenient. I'm gonna go with I probably need the 4th Katilda then. I think we just have to go for velocity over everything else. Alright, take the play. We will keep this hand. It's got turn 3 Katilda, which isn't stellar, but also isn't bad. We're hoping they don't have Thalia. They do. That's inconvenient. No blocking the Thalia. Ooh, opponent missing land drops? That's a good sign. So I could Rite of Harmony here to draw a card. Do I want to do that? I don't really have any good alternatives. Well, I could Eiganjo, I guess. Eiganjo might be a reasonable alternative. Eiganjo the Thalia. I'm actually sort of short a green source, so I don't think I can choose to do that. Okay, we find a green source, which is kind of rad. Attack with Katilda, gain some life. Cool. Cool. Very deeply super cool. This is actually a pretty interesting choice. I could bait them into blocking the Likeness of the Seer by not having used any of my mana. And then casting Rite of Harmony in response to the Likeness of the Seeker trigger. But I think given that they missed the land drops, I'm probably just supposed to go for the draw 2 Rite of Harmony because it pumps the Katilda to play the Teachings of the Kirin. Milled some Rite of Harmonies, draw 2, land drop plus Azusa, that's fine. We'll attack, trade off with the Ellis, untap 3 lands, play another Azusa, draw a card, play a land. That way we're set to flip both the Teachings and the Azusa's Mini Journeys on the same turn. So that makes our future Rite of Harmony better. Setting up keeps... Yeah, okay. Opponent missed land drops, which is tough. And I'm going to say I want to believe that is the 4th Katilda that we sided in. I want to believe. That might be a pretty close matchup. I wouldn't mind figuring out a better sideboard plan for that, but it's so hard. I guess matchups like that where you're worried about them being really aggressive are probably matchups where you're not supposed to play Wrenn and Seven. So I feel like boarding in the removal for the Wrenn and Seven there is probably right. Thalia is legitimately a pretty tricky card to handle. Okay, this seems like a reasonable hand. Play Jukai Naturalist on 2 or Azusa's Mini Journeys on 2? Tough call. Depends a lot on what we draw. A lot of the times, I think Azusa's Mini Journeys is safer, but it's possible I might want to go with Journey first, or Naturalist first, and then Journey. So that I could possibly Journeys and Teachings on the same turn, so that if we do mill a Rite with Teachings, then we've got both of them flipping on the same turn to flash it back. Opponent plays Untapped Swamp as a cut down representation. That makes me want to go with Journey first over Jukai Naturalist. And also we drew the 4th land, makes Journey a little stronger here. There's that tap land we would have liked to have played last turn. Womp womp. Okay, well, we'll Naturalist and then Teachings. See what we manage to mill. Looks like they do have a removal spell for Naturalist. Might be Infernal Grasp, might have been cut down the entire time. Is Infernal Grasp. Okay, well, we didn't actually need that mana dork at this point, so that works. We do successfully mill a Rite of Harmony, which we could choose to play next turn to draw a card with Azusa as an option. It's not what I would most prefer. Graveyard Trespasser, exiles Rite of Harmony. We do not have to worry about that. Okay. Second Katilda, that's fine. We transform our Mini Journeys, get a 3/3, play our land drop, play Katilda, have a 4/4 with protection from vampires and not protection from werewolves. Sad. What's the plan against Shieldred? Kill the Shieldred player. Or gain so much life that you don't care about Shieldred. Do both those things. Or do one of them. Both of them work. The Domaino Ring is fine. Yeah, the Domaino Ring is definitely fine. I don't know that it's better than fine, though. And, like, what do we cut to play it? Like, that's the conundrum I keep running into with this deck. There's a bunch of things we could play, but everything that's interesting, you have to make the mana base worse to do. And I don't know if there's any actual, like, significant gains from making the mana base. Like, I don't think you're gaining enough from anything you can substitute in at the moment to justify the fact that you make the mana base worse to do it. Playing Jukai Naturalist here, so that when we attack with Katilda, Katilda's a 5/5. Presumably the opponent's going to play a removal spell on the Katilda, and then attack and exile it with Graveyard Glutton to prevent us from flashing back our bomb enchantment. But then we get to attack their face with everything. That'd be cool. Wandering Emperor is actually significantly better than everything else that they could have had. Well, that's sad.
I am almost sad to see you.
And I can't get rid of Graveyard Glutton. Womp womp. Still, if they attack with Graveyard Glutton, we have pretty good attacks on the Wandering Emperor. If they uptick on Graveyard Glutton and attack with a 5/5, I can just mostly ignore that. This is the kind of position where the opponent has successfully removed all of our resources that we specifically want the Wrenn and Sevens for, which is why I don't think I've found anything I would prefer more in this spot. Yeah, so the threats that we do have are pretty specifically designed to be good against Farewell decks. I guess the question is, in what way... Adler's actually really annoying. In what ways could we diversify our threat base that doesn't just make it, like, worse than having the combo. Because, like, so far I just feel like I want to keep doing the combo thing post-board because my opponent's interaction with it just isn't good enough to justify not doing the combo thing. Except against specifically Farewell lists. What's good against Farewell? We have 4 copies of Anointed Peacekeeper to tax Farewell, 4 copies of Fleeting Spirit, which can blink to dodge Farewell, and 3 copies of Wandering Emperor. Pilfer. That's not a very good card right now. Interesting. Opponent chose to not down... Oh, down-ticking Sorin is useless because Katilda has protection from vampires. Right. That thing. So because they down-ticked Wandering Emperor, I think they made a mistake. They should have up-ticked Wandering Emperor so that they could down-tick on Katilda if I attacked Sorin instead of attacking Wandering Emperor. Which kind of makes me think that they might just have another Wandering Emperor, but I'm still kind of obligated to kill the Sorin into the Wandering Emperor regardless. We're actually going to hold the Teachings of Kirin here, because playing out the Teachings of Kirin doesn't accomplish much, and holding on to it gives us a divination if we top deck one of our remaining Rite of Harmonies. Invoke Despair. Well, that doesn't matter. Okay. This could get a little annoying. Gonna lose 2 creatures, one of which has to be an enchantment, which is gonna shrink Katilda to a 3/3. Let's see. Likeness of the Seeker probably doesn't accomplish terribly much, but it's still probably better than the 2/2. Does having it in the graveyard matter in any way? No. I kind of want to keep the Kirin Touch to Rochi. No, because the 3/3 is going to have Vigilance. Okay, so Kirin Touch to Rochi. Oh, I did this in the wrong order. In that case, we'll sack the Jukai Naturalist, I think. That was a mistake. I wanted to sack the 2/2 in the Kirin Touch to Rochi and keep the Naturalist. It doesn't matter in the sense that every single one of our creatures pumped Katilda. Oh, but them casting Invoke Despair making the Katilda smaller is sad. Yes. We had an undo option. Oh, did we? Oh, I didn't know once the animation happened you could undo. Alright, cool. Good to know. So now we might have to play the Teachings out just to pump the Katilda again.
Remember your training.
We can't sack Katilda and put it on anything because they're going to exile it with Graveyard Glutton. I'm not certain that the opponent thought through this attack after they chose to uptick the Wandering Emperor on the wrong thing, but I'm happy to kill a 2/2. That sounds like fun. Opponent gains a life and draws a card. We're gonna draw Rite of Harmony, and then draw 2, and then maybe more. Restoration of Eiganjo is also neat. Doesn't actually get anything back, really, because Graveyard Trespasser almost certainly is going to exile stuff anyway. Oh, hey, cool, Rite of Harmony. Oh. Now I'm sad, that's going to get exiled. Yeah, still have to swing into Wandering Emperor here. Might as well play the Plains. Could discard the Plains to Restoration of Eiganjo. It's going to be daytime, so the Graveyard Trespasser only gets to exile one thing, which is Rite of Harmony, which means I can get back the Teachings if we don't discard the Plains. I believe that to be worth not playing the Plains. Playing the land instead of looting it away with Celestis is odd. Why would they want to do that? Main deck Sanctify! Okay. Just not gonna block. Blocking makes it harder to race. Katilda. That seems like a pretty good magic card. So what if I put a +1/+1 counter on a spirit, and then discarded Katilda, and then got back Teachings of the Kirin, and then made 2 spirits, and then played Katilda on the spirit, and then swung for a lot, and gained 19 life. That was a cool top deck. And both my flyers have protection from sword and chump blockers. Katilda or on Katilda would have been a little sad if the opponent top decked another Infernal Grasp. Sanctify! It's sorcery speed! How have we done this to the meta so quickly? What does Rite of Harmony do? Rite of Harmony is a 2-mana instant. Whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card, and it has flashback for 4 mana. Do we sideboard literally anything at all? Nope. Basically every deck has targets. Yeah, but also 2 mana is a lot to pay for it, and I don't think that paying 2 mana for a sorcery speed only effect is acceptable. The main reason that Naturalize has, like, targets against every deck is specifically Wedding Announcement, and it's specifically being able to instant speed remove Wedding Announcement before it gets a trigger that's useful. Bankbusters in every deck. The same logic there applies. I think that if it's not a... if it's not an instant speed answer, it's not acceptable. They should take Teachings of the Kirin here. But they might take Rite of Harmony, which would be a mistake. In a deck that can run Invoke Despair, is it really worth main decking Sanctify? Yes, because specifically enchantment decks are the decks that Invoke Despair is bad against. That's why you have an incentive to run a bunch of enchantments right now. Because you get a bunch of enchantments like Teachings of the Kirin that have front-loaded effects, or Wedding Announcement that have front-loaded effects that you can sacrifice later to Invoke Despair and not care. So my opponent's doing that thing where they play a bunch of hand hate spells, which sometimes is cool. But then, if your plan is to board into a million hand hate spells, do you just run out of cards? They Liliana here? Nope, they don't. Alright, well, we're just going to accept our Rite of Harmony draw 2. Should have played Overgrown Farmland. Tiny mistake. Mill some cards. Rite of Harmony is more card draw. Draw more cards. Lands are a little bit awkward. Yeah, Shieldred's annoying. Hallowed Haunting's cool, though. It's probably the best draw on the deck. Destroy Evil only hits enchantments. Yeah, but it also hits Shieldred. Well, opponent, what do you want to do with the Shieldred? Not attack. Okay. So we could Rite of Harmony. Probably be a mistake. I'd rather Rite of Harmony later when we can draw more cards. Play Hallowed Haunting. Hallowed Haunting trigger. No attacks. See, if the opponent wants to just sit here with a Shieldred in play, I'm pretty happy to just pay life to draw cards. I think Bankbuster's probably like the artifact worth destroying. That's kind of it. And even then, that's not, like, really a victory, especially if you're answering it at sorcery speed. No room for any Kami. Yeah, kind of just doesn't do very much for the deck. If it was an enchantment, that might be a different story, but everything else plays better with Rite of Harmony and better with Hallowed Haunting. Ooh, Azusa Mini Journeys. That's a cool card. Yeah, you know what, opponent? Shieldred seems really good and all that. And I'm sure, like, hitting me for 6 when I draw these 3 cards is, like, supposed to be bad for me or something. But gosh darn it. I'm just willing to pay that. Alright, good draws. Good draws. Good talk, opponent. So I could play a Jukai Naturalist and draw another 3 cards. That might be a little too much. So instead, do I have a discard outlet? I don't. I'm actually 1 enchantment short of winning the game next turn. I could swing with this Jukai Naturalist and the Kirin Touched Orochi, put a +1/+1 counter on the Naturalist to gain 4 life. I would lose both creatures, but then I can play this Jukai Naturalist to draw another 3 cards. I would gain 4 up to 14, lose 6 down to 8. Next turn, lose 2 down to 6. I believe that to actually be worth it. The gain 3 off the Azuzas happens after we take damage for drawing, so I need to make sure that I'm at higher than 2 life against Invoke Despair, which is why I think I have to swing with this Jukai Naturalist to accomplish this. Did you consider using Leyline Binding and more Tri-Lands in this deck? I think the deck is almost perfect, but there's a lack of removal. My experience has been that you just don't need removal. What you're doing is too powerful to care about what the opponent has on board. Like, our opponent has successfully played a Shieldred, which is supposed to be the counter to the deck that I don't have an answer for. And I just literally haven't cared, because I'm just going to draw a bunch of cards and gain a bunch of life, and the Shieldred triggers just aren't going to change the effect of the game. We do that, the 4/4 is a free attack. Not into the Shieldred, well, I guess, yeah, not into the Shieldred necessarily, but I could have played the Jukai Naturalist pre-combat, and then had a free attack with the Spirit Cleric, I suppose. That's probably right, because we're going to get more blockers off of this Jukai Naturalist anyway. So, yeah, I should have done this before swinging, and then attacked with the, what would be a 7/7, just to get 7 damage through. Boink. Boink, boink. Oh no, this would be bigger than a 7/7, right? This would have been an 8/8. Ooh. Alright, so we actually did not... Oh, right, because the teachings died too, so it wasn't as simple as draw 1 enchantment. Oh, I mean, the part where we have 5 Spirit Clerics that are going to be infinity bigs, still also pretty nice. I would argue that Fable of the Mirror Breaker probably draws more cards than blue in a practical sense. So 2 blocks, 3 get through, 3 is currently... So 3 plus 3. Wedding Announcements, another 3 enchantments, but only 2 spirits. Katilda is another spirit, so currently plus 3 on these. There'll be 9. 3 getting through at 9 is 27. Plus 3 is exactly 30. Plus 1 lifelink. It means it's not lethal unless we draw another enchantment. Although I guess they also gain 1 more life off the Celestis, too. Okay, well, Shieldred's dead, so we win. What's the best way to do this? We're going to play the cheapest Rite of Harmony we can, and then we're going to play Wedding Announcement, and we're going to draw 3 cards, and then we're going to see what we draw next after that. Oh. Kind of fizzled out. Oh well. We'll just play this Katilda. It's a 7/7. We draw a card. Then we're going to draw another card. That was so much less cool than that turn could have been. Okay. Good talk, opponent. What's the Naya land for? So, the reason that we are playing both cycle lands, we are playing the Bant cycle land and the Naya cycle land, is because 2-color mana bases right now lack a lot of dedicated 2-color lands. Green-white specifically doesn't have the green-white pain land. And this deck has, because of Jukai Naturalist reducing the cost on a lot of your spells, a very intense need for flexibility in terms of what its lands tap for. Like, you can run into scenarios where you have 3 forests and 1 plains, and you could cast 4 spells, except you can only cast 2 of them because you're restricted on one colored source or another. It comes up especially often with Azusa's Many Journeys, where you will have a Jukai Naturalist in play and want to play Azusa's Many Journeys into like more Azusa's Many Journeys, but then still have white mana up after you play all the Azusa's Many Journeys. So from turn to turn, it just benefits a lot from not having 1-color lands. So you kind of need to play a certain number of 2-color lands. And of the green-white 2-color lands, I think having the capacity to cycle is more valuable to this deck, what with its risk of flooding outs, than any of the lands that like ETB tapped and gain life. So we're running 5 of them. It feels to me like roughly the right spot. We're not running any of the Domain Enchantment. I just don't think... I don't feel like the deck wants removal. Like, removal just kind of consistently feels worse to me, at least currently with the way other decks are positioned, than just continuing to lean into just doing the combo thing efficiently. And so to kind of lean back into it, we're playing 27 lands, which is a lot, but I think the deck hugely benefits from Azusa's Many Journeys and absolutely wants to play this card. But Azusa's Many Journeys does require you to play a pretty large number of lands for it to consistently be a card where the ramp actually happens. So if we're going to play 27 lands and we're going to be worried about flooding out, then playing a bunch of cycle lands works for a couple of reasons. All right, we will take the play, as is tradition. This hand is not actually super stellar, lacking the second white source. Opponents on Jund, Riveteer's Overlook generally implies Soul of Windgrace, and usually that implies Reanimator. So that could actually be a problem. Titan of Industry is a tricky one. We're going to lead on Jukai Naturalist because I want to start gaining life here, and I don't think that I want to Azusa's Many Journeys next turn necessarily. How many cards does Rite of Harmony draw on average? 2.5? Yeah, probably more than that, realistically. Tear Asunder, exiling Jukai Naturalist instead of the Wedding Announcement. Could not ask for better. So sometimes we have to play Rite of Harmony to cycle. That isn't ideal, but sometimes that just is what you do. And I suppose, in a sense, that brings down the average. But we cast a lot of Rite of Harmonies that draw like 4 cards or more pretty frequently. How does this deck fare versus Knight of Dusk Dawn on a larger scale of games, in your opinion? I mean, shutting off lifelink is pretty annoying for us. It's not something I'm excited about. I don't know if I should expect that to be frequent. I really wanted to draw cards off this wedding announcement. The lack of the second white source here is kind of painful. Hypothetically, if there was a bunch of Night of Dusks in decks where my opponents were playing Shieldred, I might have to actually figure out a way to deal with that, which might require actually playing removal. That would make me sad. But so far, those do not seem to be standard. Okay. So, given that we've drawn a hand that kind of doesn't do anything, and that the opponent has consistently board wiped us and removed stuff, we're probably just going to lose here when the opponent plays Titan of Industry next turn. Unfortunately. But, oh well. We can still draw Wrenn and Seven. This is precisely the position that Wrenn and Seven is supposed to be for. Probably not a Boseiju in case the opponent decides to hit me with the 5-mana Gix Saga. There's the Titan. That's an issue. Blows up Wedding Festivity, makes a 4/4. Leaves us with a very tiny Katilda. Could block this Soul of Windgrace. Probably not supposed to. How does this deck do against mono black? Kind of crushes it. I don't believe I've lost against a black deck yet, other than Jund. I have lost once against Jund because the Titan of Industry, Fable of the Mirrorbreaker top end is pretty effective against enchantments, but the entire deck from the ground up was kind of built specifically to beat Invoke Despair decks. Okay, so this is the matchup I'm legitimately worried about because Terra Sunders and Titan of Industries are like... Jund is basically very well positioned to deal with any wedding announcement decks, has been my general impression of the metagame. Which I kind of think Jund might actually be kind of the best deck in the metagame. It's good against pretty much everything. But I think that it's also really underrepresented right now, which is kind of surprising in a sense. So unfortunately, I think the opponent's deck is just generically kind of good against us, but I also don't think we really have the capacity to sideboard into anything that's particularly effective against it. I could try to do Anointed Peacekeepers, but I don't actually think that that's well statted to deal with Jund stuff anyway. I think the best option here is to just run it back and hope for a good start that lines up well against Jund. We will take the play. Ugh. This is one land away from being a hand I'm really excited about. I believe in the deck. We'll find that land. Good work, deck. So if we draw the fourth land, I'm okay playing Wedding Announcement. If we don't draw the fourth land, we're playing Restoration. We are playing Restoration. We would prefer to draw a better 2-drop to discard than Azusa's Many Journeys, but we will play Azusa's Many Journeys if we have to. Best thing that could happen is we draw the Jukai Naturalist. I'm not sure I like the Jund decks playing Teachings. Okay. I do believe casting a 0-mana Azusa's Many Journeys is worth it, even if they kind of don't accomplish anything. Hallowed Haunting over Wedding Announcement. Probably correct. We really want to draw land drops here, because we want to get to 6 mana in 2 turns. You know what? Maybe the teachings are actually worth it to protect your Gix sagas. Maybe that's better than playing the red-black vampire 2-drop that has synergy with Fable of the Mirrorbreaker. Yeah, I'm aware. The advantage of teachings is that it does do... Oh, Jukai Naturalist 1 turn late. Dang. The advantage of teachings is that it mills, but the red-black vampire, Blood-type Harvester, the blood token is actually super valuable because being able to discard on your upkeep with the Gix Saga in play allows you to discard a Titan in a way that doesn't expose it to sorcery speed graveyard hate like Trespasser. They can run both. They don't necessarily have enough room for that, but they can. So I could Jukai Naturalist plus Wedding Announcement, or I could Hallowed Haunting. I think it's probably better to Jukai Naturalist plus Wedding Announcement. And then just hope we draw an untapped land. It's not that you only run 4 2-drops, it's that your other 2-drops are removal spells. But the Jund mana base also, specifically because of the Riveteer's Overlook, plays a lot of tap lands, so it's not necessarily free for them to just play 2-drops on curve. They kind of expect a certain percentage of the time they're not going to be able to do that. The nice thing that can be said about Kirin Touched Orochi is it's much easier to play a 2-drop that's a single green instead of a 2-drop that's red-black. Kirin Touched Orochi, I'm imagining, is going to make itself a 2-2. No, that wouldn't make sense. I've got an Architect Restoration. So are they pumping the Soul of Windgrace? That seems bad. What's the point of giving me a Spirit? Oh, they're going to wipe the board, is the point. And I wasn't supposed to block with Architect to play around Meathook Massacre. Oh, Cruelty of Gix. Wow, okay. That makes no sense. Their attack was bad. Not immediately reanimating Titan seems like a huge mistake. Okay, well, do they die? I don't think they die, but it's close. That's true. I should have blocked with Naturalist to gain life. You were right. Yeah, close. Not dead. Alright, so they do get Meathook here, and they Meathook for 5. But they can't attack before they do that. Oh, they can't attack before they do that. Oh, right. Cruelty hurts them. Yeah, that part's also lethal. It's a good thing, or not a good thing, but it turns out I forget about Cruelty killing a player regardless of which side of the table I'm on when it comes to Cruelty. Yeah, there is a strong tendency to play Cruelty of Gix on Chapter 1 when that is not the correct move. A huge portion of that card's strength is that you just immediately jump to Chapter 3. I still don't actually think I can really win this matchup. How do we beat Titan of Industry? I don't think Evil is good enough here, no. Because all it does is kill Titan of Industry, and if they've gotten the ETB from Titan of Industry, they've already gotten the value off of it. And then I'm the one down because I had Destroy Evil in my hand instead of a card that actually did something in all the preceding moments of the game up until the Titan of Industry entered the battlefield. It's good against Cruelty of Gix, but they're just supposed to read ahead to Chapter 3, which makes it bad against Cruelty of Gix. Anointed Peacekeeper is the card that I think hypothetically I am actually supposed to be playing. But I don't really know what I'm doing. So, I don't know. We're just going to resubmit the main deck again. Spending a card to deal with Kiki is a really, really bad exchange. I would much rather just do my thing and ignore Kiki than board in a spell where I'm taking out a enchantment to 1-for-1 half of Kiki. This hand, however, is good, so we will keep it. Not really super excited about these Katildas. We're going to hope the opponent doesn't have Cut Down. This pause here indicating they have a 1-mana something is a little scary. Duress. Okay, that probably takes Restoration of Eiganjo, because that's the good card in my hand. Taking Rite of Harmony would be a mistake. Okay, Hallowed Haunting is good if we find an untapped white source. This hand is generally pretty reasonable if we find an untapped white source. Would you ever run Curse of Silence over Peacekeeper? No, because the point of Peacekeeper, specifically, is that I believe that card to be good against Farewell decks, and I think Curse of Silence is not good against Farewell decks because it does not actually clock the opponent. I'm okay trading with this 2-2 if they don't want to get a treasure out of it. That's, like, all I can ask for. But I have Fable, so we're kind of just in trouble. Okay, they don't discard Titan. That's a good time. I guess hypothetically we could play the 2-mana thingy that exiles stuff from graveyards against Titan decks. I don't think that's actually good, but it's an option. Hearse, yeah. I don't know what I'd want to cut for Hearse, is the thing. Like, I think Wrenn and Seven's actually pretty valuable in this matchup. No blocks. I guess we could cut the Katilda? Potentially? No, my Rite of Harmony. I actually wanted that quite a bit. At this point, it would have made any 2-drop enchantment a really good draw. More Fable. Okay, well, that means they probably don't have Titan yet. Oh, that would have been such a good draw if we had still had the Rite of Harmony. Bummer. Would have been a draw 3 Rite of Harmony. I think we just play the Katilda. Have it be reasonably statted. Hope the opponent doesn't have a Titan. Lose the game when the opponent has a Titan. Sweet! That's really good, because that wasn't a Titan, and now they get to draw 1 fewer cards of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Is Lion Sash better than Hearse to pump your lifelinkers? Nah, it costs too much mana. Really intense on the white sources. I want to be able to pay 2 mana at maximum to permanently have recurring graveyard, because we sink a lot of mana into just doing our thing. Copy the 2/2. Attack. Sure. Huh. Do I want to force them to discard a land to save the soul? Yes, because I don't want them discarding a land to draw. Or they just don't have a land. That's bad because it means they don't have a land. The fact that they didn't play anything means that it's a removal spell, which is good because a removal spell is bad. It's not a removal spell? What is it? Do they draw into something? They overlooked. Can't be Titan. They would have Titaned to hit Haunting. This deck could very easily splash Fable. Do you think there's a point in that? I don't think so, just because I can't come up with anything to cut that I think is enough of an improvement by replacing it with Fable that justifies making the mana worse on turn 2, where this deck has like 12 cards that it really wants to play on turn 2. Going Naya requires you to play fewer untapped lands on turn 2. Like, we already run into the scenario where we have a 3-land hand or a 2-land hand and every land is tapped on turn 2, and that's a significant downgrade. Yeah, it could be Meathook. That's true. Alright, so we got the double reflection thing going. Okay, so it is Meathook. And they're copying this up to... how many times here? 2 more times, and then they're going to Meathook for 3. This way they do 6 damage to us. That's fine by me. Seven damage. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. That's totally fine. Wedding Announcement's a cool card. Doink, doink. Cruelty of Gix, but they didn't have a Titan in the graveyard yet, but they get to tutor a Titan. We put Katilda in the yard. Okay. The tutoring a Titan thing next turn is kind of an issue. Huh. So... we can draw cards with Wedding Announcement. Basically, if I just Rite of Harmony here, we draw 2. That's not the most exciting. But we also get 2 more creatures. I think I would probably rather do more damage and try to race the Titan. So I think we play the Teachings, get in for 8, draw 2. The value of picking 1 in this position is they get to wait on the tutor until they know more about the board state that they have to answer. Whereas if they tap out for Gix and then tutor, they're kind of just committing to grabbing Titan with no information. Alright, so the opponent elects to get Burn Down the House instead of Titan, which kind of makes sense. I guess they were sort of forced to. Fine by me. Alternatively, they might have drawn Burn Down the House. Okay, that's fine. And still tutored up Titan for next turn. Okay. Hallowed Haunting's a cool magic card. We're going to play that, make a card with Wedding Announcement, set an upkeep stop next turn. Probably just getting Windgrace back here. That's fine. Fable's fine. We might actually still be winning this. Hi, Chris. Do you prefer this version to a more aggressive, generous Visitor and Kami of Transience version? Yes, very much so. I think this list is just as aggressive, but also much better at gaining life, and also better at grinding. Mostly just better all over the place. And if they have single target removal here for the 4/4, that's kind of sad. So it looks like this might be Soul of Windgrace activation. Okay. Attack, gain 11. It's got flying. It is. They probably should have done that in response. Donk. Alright. Well, opponent gets to loot 2 deep with Fable, looking for Titan. Titan destroys Katilda. Puts a shield counter on itself. Alright, 2 mana down, 3 mana... Okay, cool, now they can't Titan. They can... Wow. Alright, we can beat Titan decks if they just dig through 30 cards of their deck and don't find Titan, turns out. What does doing it in response get them? I guess they didn't have an artifact for Voltage Surge. Fair enough. So opponent up to 11. Us mostly looking here, and... I don't know. Voltage Surge, is that what I'm scared of? No blocks. Just tuning in, you're trying to maximize on the Neo Sagas for right if you looked at Jugun's Defend the Temple. So a lot of the reasons that we're not playing a lot of cards that are really close to getting there is just that, like, we have to figure out a cut to figure out a way to include anything. Like, Jugun Defends the Temple does do a lot of cool things. Michiko's Reign of Truth does a lot of cool things. The 2-mana enchantment lord that copies enchantment triggers does a lot of cool things, but also every card in our deck does a lot of cool things. And there's not really any of these cards that I'm willing to cut to play any of the other stuff. Weaver of Harmony, yeah, that's it. That's it. Alright. Wonder how an Explorer version of this deck will look with the Yorian Companion just for the sole reason of more deck space. I don't think that you actually want to include more things in the deck, because specifically there's sub-parts of the deck that are just so good. Like, playing 80 cards means you're going to draw Jukai Naturalist and Azusa's Many Journeys less. It means you're going to draw Rite of Harmony less. And I kind of just don't think that's worth it, but maybe? Maybe? I don't know. So it looks like we're probably playing against something similar to the Bant list I was playing last time. Restoration of Eiganjo is not a very exciting card to play here when we do not have anything to discard to it immediately. So I think we just chill, play the wedding announcement. Okay, opponent hangs back to block the Jukai Naturalist. Broker's Ascendancy. Yeah, alright. That's pretty rough. Would like this to mill a Rite of Harmony if we want to have a chance here. Alright. So you're telling me there's a chance. We are going to need to figure out how to do something very... Oh, no, they just exile it with Kirin Touch Orochi. That's no good. So we probably lose now is actually what I am realizing. I don't think I can beat this Broker's Ascendancy. Do they not attack with Kirin Touch Orochi? Nobody tell... No. Okay. So we probably lose is what I'm hearing. Though we could top deck Wrenn and Seven. That is still a possibility. We could also top deck Rite of Harmony. Or we could top deck lands. That's not very good. I believe this game is now over. I don't know. We probably weren't beating that curve out of the opponent without a very, very good draw. And this was the opposite of a very good draw. Let's see. What do we think we should sideboard in against Bant? I think we kind of just outscale Bant for the most part. We could play Destroy Evil, but again, that means we have to cut a card. And I don't really want to cut... Like, I do want Destroy Evil. I just want every card in the main deck more than I want Destroy Evil. We'll take the play. This is Geep. This is an extremely good hand. I like this hand a lot. Only thing this could make this hand better is if we drew a Jukai Naturalist on turn 2. Yeah, you do have to figure out setting the first main phase stops by reflex with the Rite of Harmony in your deck. Katilda. Yeah, that's a really solid 2-drop. That is one of their more explosive cards, especially if they have Wedding Announcement as a follow-up. We're going to set a stop for Rite of Harmony next turn to cast in response to the Kirin. I might not actually cast it in response to the Kirin flipping. It depends on what we draw. I just want the information. They play Welcoming Vampire, that's fine. Okay, so Teachings is going to flip. If I Rite of Harmony, I have to top deck into a 2-drop to do anything. I don't really want to do that. Instead, we are just going to probably play the Wedding Announcement. Start that tracking towards flipping. Or I could play the Katilda, which blocks really well. And I can always just play the Wedding Announcement next turn anyway. If we draw a 2-drop that we want to play instead, that could be awkward. But I kind of think we probably are better off playing Katilda this turn. And we'll set a stop on the main phase next turn. Well, I guess at this point having a main phase stop for Rite of Harmony doesn't really matter, but we'll be in the habit of it. Can you sell me on Restoration of Eiganjo? Card's been kind of medium for me. So specifically, Restoration has a really powerful effect in this deck because casting free Teachings of the Kirin or getting back Teachings of the Kirin that have been milled on turns where you play Rite of Harmony is really powerful. Okay, Broker's Ascendancy shouldn't really matter here. Also, getting back Jukai Naturalists without having to spend any mana on casting them can also be really, really impactful. Okay, do I want to just trade off the Kirin Touch to Orochi here? They gain 3 life, but I draw a card from it. I believe that's fine. So we're going to Rite of Harmony. We're going to Wedding Announcement. How to use Fleeting Spirit. I see you never use it. So the Fleeting Spirit is basically... Oh, shoot. I can't attack with the Kirin Touch Orochi because of the Denic. Also, it would have been a mistake because we would have drawn fewer cards with the Wedding Announcements. So, thankfully, the opponent's Denic saved me from making an error. The Fleeting Spirit is basically only against Farewell control decks, and nothing else. Okay, so opponent's doing stuff, and has mana, and has Broker's Ascendancy. So, but they kind of have to have Wandering Emperor or Wrenn here. Or I guess they could have Storm the Festival. This doesn't look like Storm the Festival. They can't actually block Katilda with Welcoming Vampire because Katilda has protection from vampires. I have no clue what just happened. So Storm the... Oh, they could have also had Grafted Identity to steal the Katilda. Right. I forgot there's so many good answers in this Bant deck. Gosh, this Bant deck's good. So actually there were like a ton of positions they could have played from there that were pretty reasonable. But that's only answering the Katilda, not necessarily answering the rest of the board. Or answering the fact that I have access to a bunch of card advantage. Still? Huh. How do we... Am I supposed to play Anointed Peacekeeper against the Bant deck? But I've never been on the other side of playing against the Bant deck and realizing, oh no, they have so much good removal against me. Maybe that means I'm not really supposed to play the Katilda. Or as many copies, because it doesn't actually synergize with the rest of the deck, and I don't necessarily need that much life gain. Is Destroy Evil good against them? It's not even that good against them is the main problem. Peacekeeper could be fine, I guess. Wandering Emperor I'm not really excited about. Circle of Confinement hits some stuff, plus it's an enchantment, I guess? I don't know. I'll play like one Circle of Enchantment. I think Hugbog. Wren's been good. It basically did what I wanted AO to do, except it's doing it better. Namely, it's card advantage by the uptick, a really good blocker by the downtick, and it's just good in positions where you're kind of drawing lands and nothing to do with your lands. Which I think is what I want that flex spot to be. Is Ascendancy the only way we lose? No, Ascendancy isn't even necessarily one of the scarier cards in their deck. I actually think that it's like not very good, and I wound up cutting it. We lose to their deck if they kind of just... I don't know. It doesn't have a ton of great answers to enchantments. I guess that actually means I'm mulligan because I'm specifically looking for... okay. What do we get rid of here? Probably the tap land, in case we top deck a 2-drop. Basically, Storm the Festival just producing, like, an insurmountable amount of value, and Katilda with a bunch of humans who tap for mana is the thing their deck does that is scary. I have not liked Tamiyo in any decks that have ever existed. Oh yeah, Shana's a huge problem, too. Tamiyo's cool, but Tamiyo is also kind of just worse than every other 5-drop. If Tamiyo cost less mana, I would really love to play around with the things Tamiyo does. Tamiyo just doesn't do enough to justify including it over, like, other cards. Like, kind of just better. Okay, so the opponent's going to draw a huge amount of cards here, and that's kind of going to be a problem. Ugh. Oh, because Dennick's here. Right. Forgot about that. I got so distracted by the fact that I have nothing to do except ramp, I forgot that I'm not allowed to ramp. Like, yeah, Tamiyo has synergy with teachings, but, like, the problem with Tamiyo is you spend 5 mana, you downtick, and you get a 4-drop. And, like, that's just not good enough. because you can instead play a 5-drop like Wrenn and Seven and then get a 5-drop, and then you are left with a Planeswalker who does more than Tamiyo. Okay, so Restoration flips. We play land. We play Wrenn. We downtick. And now we probably super duper lose to like most of the cards in their deck. They can steal the creature. They can play Storm the Festival and steal the creature. They can have Wandering Emperor. All of these things make our block horrible. Broker's Ascendancy is not one of the cards they could have that does anything. Teachings of the Kirin is also not one of the things they could have that does anything. So that's cool. All of that's pretty good. The part where they're about to ultimate the Elspeth is a problem. That's an issue. Like, I might not have an answer to that because we are currently doing literally nothing. There's a card I wish I had had in my hand last turn. Or like any of the turns. Basically, Hallowed Haunting is a good card I wish I could use. Is what I am saying. Okay, I'll trade this for any of your cards. Mostly you're just going to chump block, though, and then ultimate the Elspeth, and I lose. Yeah. Band Festival, like, the mill from Wrenn doesn't really matter. You just want Wrenn to make a big creature, and then draw lands. Yeah, that's a problem. There's also a problem. And I think having a Wrenn token is more valuable than most of the things you can get with... Oh boy. Alright. Time to make something happen. Than most of the things you can get with Tamiyo, and doesn't have the downside of requiring you to have successfully found ways to put stuff in your graveyard. Kind of just need to draw a lot of Azusa's Mini Journeys in a row here. Like, if I draw 3 Azusa's Mini Journeys in a row, we have a chance. Oh. Okay. I think we're dead. Most likely. On account of me not having drawn 4 Azusa's Mini Journeys in a row. Oh. Okay, so... no, that's game. Oh, yeah, well, if I'm going to lose to something, I guess losing to the Bant deck isn't embarrassing. I'm actually not sure which of these decks is favored head-to-head. Both of the games we lost kind of involved the fizzle condition of, oops, we only drew lands and absolutely nothing but lands. Best thing to get with Tamiyo is Grafted Identity? Yeah, like, if you've got the Grafted Identity in your graveyard, but you can't always rely on having successfully milled Grafted Identity. And I think the fact that, like, the best case for Tamiyo is equivalent to the other 5 drops, and the worst case for Tamiyo is significantly worse than the other 5 drops, makes me feel like I would rather just play the card that's consistently always going to do the thing. The game 3 keep was already on a mull to 6. I don't know that I wanted to go to 5. But there were also draws that made that good. Isn't the best case for Tamiyo tap synergy with Emperor? Not really. I don't think that's particularly good. No, I think our 7 was like... What was it? It was like Teachings plus 6 lands, I thought? I might be getting which game was which mixed up. Yeah, okay. That... I do believe 6 lands plus 1 Kirin is not a keep in that matchup. Alright, we will take the play. This hand looks great. Keepity. Jetmir's Garden. We're going to lead on Azusa's Many Journeys into Restoration of Eiganjo. Are we playing against an aggressive red deck? Really? Azusa's Many Journeys! So good here! Ironically, Wrenn did not look good in Game 3 because we didn't draw anything else to keep pace with what the opponent was doing, but I would have done some very illicit deeds to have a Wrenn in Game 1, where Wrenn would have been exactly the thing that would have been great on curve. Ooh. Alright, well, if I don't need to... No, I should probably just play the Restoration so I can downtick Wrenn next turn. Fable? Sure, but again, you have to cut other cards to play Fable, and you also have to make your mana worse for Fable. I'm pretty confident that I am not sold that is what I want to do at all. Why do Festival decks not play Bankbuster? Because Bankbuster costs a lot of mana, and you're entirely about using your mana efficiently on the early turns. I kind of just think Shauna's a better card than Bankbuster in pretty much all respects. We will discard Teachings and reanimate Teachings, because against red I care more about tempo than value. Milling Right sounds cool. Flip some cards, play a Wrenn, downtick, giant creature with reach that mono red can't deal with, multiple blockers. I think we've won. Set an upkeep stop, just in case we decide to Rite of Harmony, depending on what we've drawn. Probably won't. Phoenix Chick, okay. Rabbit Battery, okay. Missed the upkeep. Not got it set. I just didn't want to Rite of Harmony that turn because we had the Wrenn and Seven turn lined up. And I wanted the reach creature. Yeah, I don't think equipping the Rabbit Battery accomplishes anything here because then I just block the thing that's bigger. Yeah. I mean, you can still sack the Phoenix Chick to do 1 damage. Well, you put it in the main phase specifically, not the upkeep. You want to see what you have drawn, and you want the choice to cast right in response to your Saga triggers, which are main phase triggers. I guess let's put this on the Spirit. So, am I casting right here to draw 1 card, which locks me out of Wedding Announcement? I don't think so. So let's uptick Wrenn versus downticking. Yeah, upticking's probably better. We get a land. Ooh, we mill a Katilda. That sounds like a fun time. All right, you know what? We're going to do that. Let's put Katilda on Treefolk. Have an 11/11 lifelinker, and I'm going to assume that's good against red. Opponent says that's good against red. Score 1 for Wrenn and Seven. Basically single-handedly won that game. I mean, the other cards helped, but pretty good synergy there. So we are playing against mono red. What are we supposed to do against mono red? I assume we bring in Katilda. I assume we probably cut some number of Rite of Harmonies and some number of Hallowed Hauntings and maybe some number of Wedding Announcements and, like, play Wandering Emperors? I probably need more Rite of Harmonies than that. I don't know. Hallowed Haunting might just be too slow here. I think we're just supposed to, like, value with everything else? I could hypothetically play Circle of Confinement, but then what do we cut? I don't know. All my cards do too many good things! Why is this deck so hard to play? So far I've only brought Circle of Confinement in against the Mirror to answer Jukai Naturalists. I think that it's just, like, it's removal, but I also think that it's worse removal than just playing a creature. I think this is too much expensive stuff without a guaranteed second white source. I think this hand is excellent. We're going to cut the mini journeys because we're already short on lands. Opponent plays a Chica. I was hoping for more green sources so that I could double teachings the turn after we Naturalist. Kind of worried the opponent will have removal spell for the Naturalist, but oh well. Wedding Announcement's a good draw. If they don't kill Jukai Naturalist, I get to go Wedding Announcement plus Teachings. If they do kill Jukai Naturalist, I get to go Wedding Announcement. Yeah. Play with Fire. I do legitimately wonder if I'm supposed to go Teachings of the Kirin there to protect my lifelinker. Doink. Guessing Flame Breather implies that they're playing a huge amount of burn, though. Lightning Strike goes face, sure. Chandra. Okay.
Oh, I've never crashed a wedding like this before. Watch me heat up the dance floor.
Okay, no blocks. So we get to Wrenn next turn, who will have reach for the Phoenix chick. That's nice. Mill a Rite of Harmony. That's cool. Would love to mill a Katilda. Thank you, deck. New plan. Might not be Wrenn and Sevening next turn. Might be Katildaing, depending on whether my opponent leaves up a burn spell. Down to 6. Reckless Impulse. Pingity pingity ping. 2 lands. Is this until your next turn? Well, also I'm dead. So I guess it doesn't matter that it's until next turn. Boink, 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 boink. Alright, well, did any of my decisions matter there? I don't think so. I don't feel like any of those decisions mattered. So now we're on the play. If we had kept the journey, yeah, would have potentially gained 3 if we had played it instead of the Jukai Naturalist. Got a right and put in a circle. I don't think circle's very good here. I think I'd rather have right generally. I guess Flame Breather does give us more reason to want removal than we previously had. Right's good, though. Now, I think we're actually supposed to keep the right, because part of having a redundant way to find Katildas in the first place is important. And I think we get more value out of Rite of Harmony finding that than we do out of... this isn't bad enough to mulligan. I mean, it's pretty good. But I definitely want to draw a couple of lands. Just all lands is the ideal. Perfect. And we go Journeys. We would like green lands. We don't find them. Given that we have failed to find the green lands, I think we just play Hallowed Haunting. The lack of green kind of hurts here. Okay, this is manageable-ish. Would like an untapped green source. Tapped green source. Okay. Well, now we have blockers. That's a good start. So we have a Likeness of the Seeker block on one etchings. Could choose to trade off Naturalist for the other etchings. If they give me that option, do I take that? They do not give me that option. And they do not even attack with the etchings. Okay, cool. We draw a Naturalist. That's kind of tempting. I think I'm just supposed to hope we hit the untapped green source. Because we're going to draw 3 cards off this Rite of Harmony plus Teachings. And we draw the untapped green source. Perfect. Mill some. Don't mill a Katilda, but it gets us closer to a Katilda. We draw a Rite of Harmony. That's also cool. Draw 2 more cards. Make a lifelinker. Draw a Wandering Emperor. That's kind of like life gain. We got plenty of blockers, so let's go ahead and do 7. Presumably the opponent missing land drops here is helping us quite a bit, too. We should set an upkeep stop. We don't technically need to because Teachings isn't about to flip, but we should be in the habit of doing the correct thing. Opponent double blocks the Spirit. Okay. I am happy to kill the 2 Kamanos. Fine by me. Opponent elects to kill the Naturalist, though we don't get to put a counter on it. Understandable. I imagine that I am about to put a counter on the Spirit, play Rite of Harmony from hand, play the Jukai Naturalist, and see what happens. Results in adding 1 Spirit to the board. These turn into 4 4s. So 8, 10, 13. Would need to draw 2 Spirits for lethal. Alright, well. Or 2 enchantments that produce spirits, or 1 copy of Teachings of the Kirin, provided the opponent has no interaction. Opponent appears to not have interaction. We will mulligan the hand that doesn't do anything, and then keep the hand that plays cards on curve. And then we are going to play all of our cards on curve. This seems like a good strategy to me. Once again playing Jund. Oh no. But you know what's weird? I've noticed that a lot of these Titan of Industry decks seem to not be playing 4 copies of Titan of Industry, which is kind of just wild because that's the best card in the deck by a lot. One of these days we're going to get back to streaming Reanimator, because I am kind of curious about exploring if Teachings of Kirin is reasonable. Okay. Yep. You have countered my 2-drop instead of my wedding announcement. That does not seem like the correct decision to have made, but I understand wanting to deny me the 1/1 counter value. But that said, wedding announcement is a slightly better card than Teachings of the Kirin. Opponent's tap land mana base catches up with them a little bit. More green sources, not double black, not double red. So they want the 3rd green source for Titan of Industry quite a bit is what that implies. Yeah, why play Titans when you can play Ob Nixilis? The eternal question we ask ourselves. March of Wretched Sorrow kills a human token. Okay. Hallowed Haunting, and now we're gonna need to top deck some stuff. The March of Wretched Sorrows does deny us the card draw, which I actually wanted in this position. 4-drop, play Soul of Windgrace, gain a life, put a land into play. Soul of Windgrace continues to be a reasonable Magic card. That's fair. I guess I can see that. Obnixilis being good against the Lily decks is... That does make sense. I believe I am willing to sacrifice a 1/1 to draw a card. I do not want to show them Katilda. Oh, cool. They're... Sure. If you're afraid, opponent, I'm happy to let you be afraid. I didn't want to show them Katilda because I wanted them to block the human token instead of the spirit token, given that the spirit token has synergies. Hallowed Haunting's a pretty good card. We'd love to draw a 2-drop enchantment so that we can play Hallowed Haunting and then trigger both Hallowed Hauntings, which will make for a relatively large Katilda. In the meantime, the opponent is capable of playing Titan of Industry next turn, which is a problem. No block. That's true. Hallowed Haunting on board already means opponent had revealed synergies. That's very true. Alright, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 2/2 Goblin. Don't you dare grasp my Katilda. Also, you should wait anyway so that I can't reanimate it. So they're going to wait until we attack to play the removal spell on Katilda. Second Katilda. Not immediately helpful, but helpful eventually, maybe. Still got to play the Hallowed Haunting. Pump the Katilda. Combats and swings. When it blocks the spirit correctly, then removes the Katilda. No removal on Katilda. Okay. Katilda shrinks down to a 6/6. This is the turn where if the opponent plays Titan of Industry, we are deeply sad. Discard 2 lands. That's bad. The question once again, how many copies of Titan of Industry does the opponent play? So they blow up Hallowed Haunting. Katilda goes down to a 5-power creature. If we draw Teachings, Katilda goes back up to 8. So we really want to draw Teachings. That's a Titan of Industry. That's bad. I think you just... Oh, gaining 5 life, huh? I don't know about that. I was going to say that you should probably put a shield counter on Titan. Maybe not. Yeah, Destroy Evil sometimes kills a Titan. But... if you stop the Fable, you just don't care about this? But Destroy Evil does not stop the Fable. Like, they would have gotten here regardless. Oh, Jukai Naturalist. Okay. I guess the good news is that I can actually trade off with a Titan, although they probably won't take it. Yeah, I mean, I can blow up the Fable, but the part about that I cared about was the Goblin token. Boseiju could have... I don't care about this enchantment. I care about the fact that they cast the card Titan of Industry. Second Katilda dies because it's legendary. And we don't get a token because it's not an enchantment. But we do successfully trade with them, which allows us to play a second Katilda. Yeah, my opponent could copy Titan, but, like, that's a long time away, and I should either win or lose the game before that point, realistically. And again, what card are we supposed to cut to play Destroy Evil? Right? That continues to be the hard part here. We gotta cut something if we want to play it. And I'm not sure there's, like, blowing up Reflection of Kiki-Jiki, if I could put Destroy Evil in my hand right now, I would. That would be good, but, like, are there any cards we've drawn this game that we would rather have Destroy Evil than? I don't actually think that's the case. Okay. Opponent tutors up a removal spell for Katilda. So do they die then? No, I mean, they must have tutored up something that stops them from being dead on board. It's probably Wrenn? I don't know. I think Wrenn's actually, like, pretty good here, because it mills Katilda. Okay, so drawing a land was pretty bad. They tutored up a removal spell. I want to force them to chump block. They block Naturalist. If I put the Katilda on the 2/2, we have a pair of 5/5s. They have to kill the 2/2. We hit them for 8 plus 5 is 13. Is that how that works? Oh, that's actually pretty good in that case. If they're main decking Inferno, they could have gotten Inferno, but now that's not an option because it doesn't do enough damage. Alright, opponent. If they had Inferno, they could have done it to the 2/2 in response. Yeah. They tear asunder the 2/2. Okay. Nope, you have to block with the Kiki, opponent. This puts you to 2. 2's a pretty good number for me. See, who needed Destroy Evil? Creatures are removal spells. So Titan of Industry comes back, blows up Hallowed Haunting, gains 5 life. Katilda not big enough to block Titan of Industry, but they need their other things to do things. Cycles a land. 6 mana. So Meathook Massacre for -4 wipes my board and the game is over. So Windgrace is not... Oh, it gains life! They go up to 8! Wait, they didn't? Opponent, you have Riveteer's Overlook. Why did you not play the Riveteer's Overlook? The Riveteer's Overlook put you up to not being dead. Opponent? They can still discard a land to Soul of Windgrace to gain life and not be dead. But Azusa Mini Journeys is a totally fine top deck that turns Katilda into a 7/7 so the Titan of Industry has to trade. And Spirit Sister is a good option to bring back the Hauntings. Then we have to make our mana base really bad, and we're also playing a 5-drop that just doesn't do as much as the rest of the cards in our deck. Okay. So, yep, gain life to not die. Dun 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 dun. Could play Katilda this turn. Should I? Is there any reason not to? The advantage of playing Katilda makes them have to spend a lot more mana on Meathook, and their Meathook then has to actually kill their Soul of Windgrace. That's probably a reason to do it now. Oops, say they. Titan of Industry. Okay, yeah, that's a reason to not do it now. I don't think I could beat Titan of Industry either way, though. Third Titan of Industry is too much. Well, we're at 45 life, so we can just top deck card draw eventually. We have a couple of turns before the Fable flips. Land's a pretty bad draw, though. Yeah, drawing Rites and Teachings in any order is good here. Curious, did they draw another Titan of Industry? Oh shoot, are they on my list? They might actually be on my list with the March and the Cemetery Desecrators. Okay, Katilda's pretty good. Forces the Titan of Industry back. Fable flips. We're one permanent short of Teachings being good. We've already used 3 Katildas, so we can't Teachings to mill another Katilda, unfortunately. Reflection is now at the point where it can copy Cemetery Desecrator, which takes over the game. Restoration of Eiganjo. Does that accomplish anything? I don't think so. Bummer. I did not run Trespassers, no, so it's not my list. Which means they might not be on 4 Titan of Industries. But if they're playing Cemetery Desecrators, they probably realize that they're just supposed to play a lot of expensive cards. So... nothing in my deck is worth cutting. I don't think so. We counted 2. They played 1, reanimated it, and then played a second. I don't think Restoration is better than I don't think Destroy Evil is better than Restoration. Restoration does some truly busted things in this deck. Wow. Spooky. On early turns. In addition to just being a card that provides you land drops. Like, if my opponent's going to be on a bunch of naturalizes, Restoration of Eiganjo is the best 3-drop we can play. Because it has the best ETB value. Alright, this is reasonable-ish. Wouldn't mind drawing a 2-drop. Would actively like to draw Restoration of Eiganjo. Alright, 4 lands is nifty. No second land untapped for the opponent. Teaching's a tiny bit late. Cut down for the opponent that they elect not to use on the 1/1. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. Okay, so now for an awkward turn, because the opponent could absolutely reanimate Titan next turn, which will make Hallowed Haunting the worst card I could play. I kind of wish this Teachings was a Azusa right now, because I'd like to develop Mana Acceleration, but we're going to accept that we are just casting Rite and drawing 4 cards. Oh no, only 3 cards, because I don't have a Hallowed Haunting in play. Mill 3 lands. I guess I'm happy that I didn't draw those lands. Then draw not 3 lands, only 2 lands. Perfect. Did we mill any 2-drops to get back with Restoration? No, unfortunately not. Opponent mills, or discards Titan of Industry. That's pretty awful. Attacks with the Goblin Shaman. We would like to get rid of the Goblin Shaman. If the opponent uses a cut down to save their Goblin Shaman here, I'm actively happy with it, because it means that they're not reanimating the Titan here. Probably still should have triple blocked to play around the cut down we knew they had. The fact that they didn't play the cut down means that there's a very good chance that they're reanimating the Titan this turn, which is a pretty significant problem. Hey look, they're reanimating the Titan this turn. Oh look, they're actually making the correct choice and reanimating the Titan. Well, that's a problem. And I don't know that we can beat that. Dear me, I was really hoping they'd blow up the teachings. Well, this one's gonna be tricky. This one's gonna be tricky. Now, we're basically dead here. We are not a deck that beats turn 4 Titan of Industry. Okay, well, take 11. See where that puts us. Trespasser exiling Rite of Harmony. That's an issue. Jukai Naturalist draw. Yeah. Okay. That was one of the better possible draws. Now we just somehow need to not be dead to 2 Titan of Industries plus a 4/4 plus a 3/3 attacking us. I think if I had like 20 more life, maybe 50 more life, this might be possible if the opponent also doesn't have any cards in hand that do anything. Has this deck been beating Jund reliably, or have most of them been dodging it? Most of the Jund decks on the ladder are misbuilt right now and don't play as many copies of Titan of Industry as they ought to, which has given me a better chance in most of these matchups. But I think that well-built Jund Reanimator lists are a pretty bad matchup for this. And they mostly ought to be lethal, huh? Okay. Disappointing. We only managed to beat 2 of the Jund matchups before losing to the bad matchup. Ooh. Opponent's higher ranked than us. We got some points on the line here. Mono black thus far, which is pretty good for us. Oh, mono black main deck Pilfer. Wow. And after I went on a rant about how this card is like wildly bad and not playable, and now I'm getting main deck pilfered. Oh, sad. I think you take Wedding Announcement here. Yeah. They agree. We journeys. Best case scenario currently is probably draw... What, Restoration of Eiganjo into Teachings? In all likelihood? Okay, Graveyard Trespasser. Our Rite of Harmony is safe. Alright. Katilda's not really good here, but it does stop it from flipping Knight, which prevents some damage. Unfortunately, this is not protection from vampires, it's protection from werewolves. No, unfortunately, this is not protection from werewolves, it's protection from vampires. So I cannot just get the free block on the Graveyard Trespasser. Also, unfortunately, it dies to cut down. Children. Okay. It's moderately inconvenient. We do have Katilda in play, though, which is kind of nice. I would like to draw Wrenn. Okay. We'll fire off Rite of Harmony here. Oh, I see. I stopped in response to the Shieldred. Which is fine. That still works. Alright. Likeness of the Seeker. Draw a card. Ooh, Azusa. Play a land. Play Azusa. Draw a card. There's a land. Play a land. Play an Azusa. Draw a card. Draw a card. Hallowed Haunting. Okay, well, that's something. Now we have a choice. I can attack with Katilda to gain 4, which is pretty good against Shieldred, or I can hold back with Katilda to block the Graveyard Trespasser profitably so that they're less likely to exile the Rite of Harmony. I would need to protect the Rite of Harmony for 2 turns, which is kind of a while. Still, I think we hold back. No! Wow, how am I getting so wrecked by main deck hand hate spells? This is disappointing. Yeah. Now the opponent actually has to choose which of these 2 cards they're going to exile with the Graveyard Trespasser. I'm not actually... they're definitely supposed to exile the Katilda. Okay. Cool. Down to 8. Then down to 6. Then up a bunch. Okay, well, normally I would play this land out. Oh, I should, because we could still draw a Rite of Harmony, and I'm super rewarded for playing the land out if we draw a Rite of Harmony. But the opponent's playing so many hand hate spells, I kind of want to bait them into using one of the hand hate spells. They've played 3 already. They can't be playing more than that. That would be insanity. Alright, we'll play the land out. So down to 8 and then down to 6. Opponent plays a land out. Last card is... Oh, come on! Okay, last card's Graveyard Trespasser, which is a problem. Alright. 2 Azuzas flip. Opponent has 1 creature in the yard. So we have double block potential on Shieldred. Which puts us to... Oh, dead. No. So we have to double jump. Yeah. Wow, this has been, like, just barely the worst case scenario on every single turn, huh? That's unfortunate. We have an out if they miss the fact that they can attack. Cool. We have nothing meaningful to get back, so decline. Unfortunately, we are still dead here regardless of whether they attacked or not. Yeah, unfortunately, Hallowed Haunting is not enough to stop us from being dead on board last turn or this turn. Rough. Wow. The top deck Graveyard Glutton. He's a good magic card. changes. And to think, if one of those trespassers had been a Lily, it would have been a super easy game to win. I hope that the mono-black players aren't getting wise and cutting Lily from their decks. Lily's good. Respectfully disagree. Take the play. Keep the hand. Extremely good hand. Love this hand. Highly duress resistant. The sideboard strategies are relatively straightforward. Are you playing against a deck with Farewell? No? Okay, I don't know. Do nothing. Would Storm the Festival maybe not be trash in this deck? Storm the Festival doesn't give you any cast triggers on your enchantments, which I think is mostly just too expensive to be what this deck wants to do. Fortunately, we don't have enough lands in hand for Azusa's many journeys to be correct. Mill a Rite of Harmony, that's card advantage. Alright, opponent. You gonna double duress me and take both wedding announcements? No, just play Bankbuster. That card doesn't do anything. Cool. This should just be wedding announcement doing the wedding announcement thing now. Graveyard Trespasser, exiles Rite of Harmony. Could Rabble Rousing be an option for this deck? Could, but it's kind of expensive, and I just don't think it's as good when you're out of stuff to do as Wrenn, who makes a giant token with reach and then draws you lands, and also mills cards that are highly impactful. Hallowed Haunting's pretty cool. I like that card. That might even be better than playing Teachings and Azusa's mini journeys this turn. What about Fall of Lord Condor for the sideboard? Kind of just too expensive, I think. It's like 3 mana to kill basically just Shieldred. And doesn't do anything when you're like trying to proactively develop the board or combo. If Fall of Lord Konda cost 2 mana, I might be interested in it, but at 3 mana, I think it doesn't do enough. So, Meathook? Okay. Meathook was basically what they had to have there, I think. Now, life is pretty tough for them. Okay. Well, we are going to play out the Plains, and we are going to play out the Teachings of Kirin, and trigger Hallowed Haunting, and make some stuff. And some spirits, and stuff, and mill a Katilda, which is pretty cool. And then play a wedding announcement, and make a spirit, which is pretty cool. So no matter what, currently they have to Meathook for 3 to wipe our board. Even if I put a +1/+1 counter on a spirit, that's still the case. There's no way to stop Meathook for 3 from wiping the board. Which mostly means I think we have no incentive to attack here. Opponent gets to draw with Bankbuster. What are the 2 destroy evil for since we didn't board it in versus Shieldred? I mean, I put it in there originally to bring in against Shieldred, and then decided that I actually didn't want to. Do I want to draw 2 cards with Wedding Announcement here, considering Meathook is like the only thing that I'm scared of? I believe that answer is yes. Technically, it's better to get rid of the forest than the tap land, since I might end up getting the tap land back at some point with a Restoration of Eiganjo, since both of them intertapped. Tiny Air. I want to keep the spirit that we're attacking with alive, and I don't want to exile the Katilda. The best case scenario for this Kirin Touched Roshi would have actually been to make a 1/1 spirit, but because The only card that we could exile with it to make a 1/1 spirit is a card that I don't want to exile. We're not going to do that. Alright, now we draw 2 with our wedding announcements, which is cool. Opponent kind of has to wipe the board this turn or they lose. Has to meat hook for 3 to do so, leaves them with 1 mana afterwards. Oh, yeah, sorry. They have to hook for 3 if I put the counter on this spirit. If I don't put a counter on this spirit, then they could hook for 2, kill the 2/2, and then kill the 2 spirit clerics. We drew Rite of Harmony, which is pretty amazing. I do not believe the opponent really has a way out of this. Oh, and now they have to hook for 4 because Wedding Festivity was flipping. Right, so it was 3 without Festivity flipping and 4 with Wedding Festivity flipping. Which means they have to spend all their mana to wipe the board. I suppose the actual scary thing here is probably Path of Peril. Blows up all of my creatures, leaves the Graveyard Trespasser, and only costs 3 mana. That might actually be pretty cool tech for them. Let's see. This attack probably means meat hook. I think we just block like this to force them to spend all of their mana on meat hooking while preserving the largest amount of my life total. If I block with one of the bigger spirits to actually kill the Graveyard Trespasser, then they get to meat hook for 1 less. And also by losing a creature, they gain 1 less life. I take a damage, but I don't really care about taking a damage in this position. Okay, so we Rite of Harmony this turn? I believe Rite of Harmony this turn is probably correct. They did not exile Katilda, no. They exiled the Rite of Harmony, which I think was actually the correct choice on their part. The card advantage matters more than the aura when they're about to wipe the board. Boop, boop, boop. Do 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 do. Rite of Harmony! Yay! It's a good magic card! I don't know how many cards we drew there, but that was a lot. Oh, I should set a main phase stop, because I might be casting this Rite of Harmony in response to the teachings of the Kirin transform. Actually, probably. Well, yeah, I kinda... Oh no, not invoke despair. However, will I survive against all of this despair? I'm gonna sacrifice a creature and the Azusa's Many Journeys. So we could Rite of Harmony to draw a lot of cards, but also do we have lethal? I guess they have 2 mana left, so let's say they invoke despair. I want to draw cards, but I also should probably kill them. Oh. I'm going to draw cards. You can't stop me. Okay. Well, if I had known they weren't going to interact, I probably would have just killed them. Oh well. Jukai Naturalist. Trigger. Draw a card. Draw a card. We want more Azusa's Many Journeys. Play Azusa's Many Journeys. Draw 2. Put a land into play. Wee. Wee! Everybody flying! Wee! Draw more cards! Teachings of the Kirin! Wee! Draw more cards! Make more power! Wee! More Teachings of the Kirin! Draw an untapped green source! We can do it! I believe! Don't mill him! Draw him! No! We could have played another Teachings, and it, would that have been lethal? 9. Yeah, if we'd drawn an untapped green source, that was lethal. Ah, bummer. Never lucky. I probably shouldn't have drawn 2. I probably should have made the tokens instead of putting my opponent to 4. Oh well. Discarding cards to hand size. Restoration of Eiganjo and Jukai Naturalist, probably not so necessary. And then, I don't know, Jukai Naturalist as well? Rite of Harmony? I keep one Rite of Harmony, it's fine. It's fine. How many cards do we have in deck? Yeah, we got 20. Plenty of cards in deck. Plenty of cards in deck. So the opponent could definitely meat hook us here. They only need to meat hook for 5, so they even get a spare mana afterwards. Okay. Why are these 2/2s? What? Oh, right, because... Wait, what? Oh, because of the wedding festivities! I totally forgot too, opponent. I totally forgot as well. Feels like it would be rude to run up the clock while we still have game 3 to get to. Alright, well, we're just gonna ship it. This is standard? This is what standard is now! This is what we're doing! We're storming off and making a bunch of enchantment tokens. Or, well, spirit tokens. Enchantment permanents. Yeah, the sideboard plan for this deck is very newcomer friendly. Eventually, I will figure out how to put cards in the sideboard that do something in all scenarios where you are not playing against the card specifically farewell. So the other 98% of the metagame, we still sort of have to figure out how to improve this deck. But we're working on it. Make a non-midrange deck. That one's... Is this midrange? This deck might be like the least midrange of the midrange decks. It's still kind of midrange, but there is... This is a little closer to combo than midrange. It's like... It's on the edge. It's combo midrange, but the combo probably comes before the word midrange. Not midrange combo, combo midrange. Jeez. How would you build a non-combo deck? Does Mono Red have any answers to Shieldred that are remotely playable? You might be able to make a Mono Red deck. You can probably... I know that the Gruul Modify deck kind of exists. Oh, this is so close. This hand is amazing if we hit a white source. I believe in this hand. Rending Flame? Okay, that exists. Player removal is the best answer to Shieldred. So player removal works when your goal is to like go completely over the top of what the mono black player is doing. But if you are playing a burn deck, you kind of need them to not gain life with Shieldred is the problem. Okay, Pilfer should take Restoration of Eiganjo here. They might actually have a tough time beating Wrenn and Seven, though. So it's possible they take that. Oh, I do not think Jukai Naturalist was the correct take, unless they have a second piece of hand hate for Restoration of Eiganjo. Okay, they do. Hey! hand hate spells aren't good. They don't do anything. I don't know why anyone has ever played them. Also, my opponent's missing land drops, which makes this a little easier. Unlicensed Hearse. Okay. That's admittedly good against Restoration of Eiganjo, I guess. I am going to elect not to discard anything to Restoration of Eiganjo because throwing away a card to get it exiled by Unlicensed Hearse does not sound like a good idea. So we are just going to play this Hallowed Haunting onto the board where it is nice and safe from all of those pesky hand hate spells. Okay, so you get one turn to answer Wrenn and Seven, opponent. Reckoner Bankbuster, not an efficient answer to Wrenn and Seven. How many 2-mana Planeswalker removal spells exist? 3-mana ones exist. They could top deck it, which kind of makes me want to downtick Wrenn and Seven so that I have a big token at the same time as them answering the Wrenn, and or they have to answer the token instead of the Wrenn. Yeah, Graph Reaver exists, that's true. I guess that's actually really cute with Unlicensed Hearse and Reckoner Bankbuster, because you can play it, crew Bankbuster, then sack it to Wrenn and Seven after it's tapped. They could March Wrenn, that's true. They could March Wrenn for 6 as an answer if I were to uptick the Wrenn. Do we agree with that definition of midrange? I don't think so. Midrange decks don't inherently have to control the early game. The best definition of midrange that I think I can come up with is that a midrange deck is a deck that generally tries to get the maximum value out of all of its cards at all points in time, whereas a control deck will tend to be inefficient with its cards early on, with the expectation that it will have some very powerful thing in the late game that completely invalidates the entire game that happened earlier. And control will be inefficient with its cards earlier in pursuit of giving itself the highest chance of finding and casting that card in the late game. Or not necessarily card, but some sort of plan for the late game. Can be a card, can be a combination of cards. Boink. This is a spot where I'm really happy to play Azusa's Many Journeys on turn 2 over Naturalist, specifically because cut down there would have been annoying, and cut down here is not annoying. I would have liked to have drawn another land so that I could be guaranteed to Wrenn. Jamming Hallowed Haunting is not terribly appealing into Quench, so I believe I am better off jamming Jukai Naturalist into Wedding Announcement. Should I even play the Wedding Announcement? Maybe I shouldn't. If I don't play the Wedding Announcement... No, let's just not. Let's just not. What happens if I don't? They play removal on the Jukai Naturalist, is what happens, but that's fine. The result was that we got to play around the Quench. Oh. They just successfully hold up the Quench at all points in time? Well, what if I play Wedding Announcement now, opponent? You gonna quench the Wedding Announcement sacking your underdog? Okay. No, that's cool too. We have now successfully gotten the Quench out of their hand. Quench again? If they don't have exactly Quench, playing Wrenn and upticking is really powerful. If they do have exactly Quench, then playing Wedding Announcement trades with the 1/1 and the Quench. Were you supposed to spend some mana pre-combat in case they blocked? No, I don't think so. Because I wanted to see if there was a pause for a removal spell. And I have to actually commit to a play pre-combat if I'm going to play a pre-combat spell. I think I just play Wedding Announcement. Okay, cool. Does it mean I play Azusa's Many Journeys? No. I don't know whether that means they had Quench or not. I kind of think it was likely that they would quench the Wedding Announcement in that spot. More tap lands. Love it. Okay. Well. Interesting, 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 interesting. So here we teachings. Pauses again because they have a counterspell. What do we mill? We mill a Katilda. That's cool. I love card advantage. Do I want to draw a card with Wedding Announcement or have more 1/1s? I believe at this point I would rather draw a card with Wedding Announcement. Especially if they're willing to trade. I think I still hold on to the Azusa's Many Journeys to trigger this Hallowed Haunting at some point. Oh, okay, cool. Sweet! I'll take my card. We can even cycle that to turn it into a card. Opponent attacks with a 1/1. We are more than happy to trade that off. Our life total is great. We have more cards than the opponent. Therefore, our entire life is great. Alright. So let's go with Hallowed Haunting, which probably gets countered. Oh, return to hand. Okay. I'm fine with that. Malevolent Hermit. Okay. Jukai Naturalist. No Quench. Resolute Reinforcements. Okay, don't care about that. Potentially annoying with Rafine, I suppose. Opponent's deck looks like the kind of deck that's maximizing Rafine. Tenacious Underdog, that's mostly irrelevant. Opponent can't attack with the 2/2s. Chooses to attack with some other stuff. So we're taking 8 plus 5 is 13 down to 7. Is that mostly totally completely fine? One unknown card. Yeah, it's mostly completely fine. Opponent does not play the Hermit, keeps a spell available. Start with Hallowed Haunting. Opponent can't double quench it. Play the Azusa's Many Journeys. Make a token. Get to play a land. Play a land, play Katilda. Katilda's pretty good. Also makes a token, which is also pretty good. Put Katilda on human, make token. Counterspell? Quench at long last? Quench at long last. Still got the trigger, though. That's all we were really looking for. Board state is wide. Rafine. Okay, that could be a problem. One unknown card in opponent's hand that's about to get a lot of options put into it. Swinging with the Resolute Reinforcement tokens. Swinging with 2/2s is kind of bad for them. Oh, Tenacious Underdog, that's a mistake, right? Isn't that a mistake? Isn't that a huge mistake? Okay. So blockity. Chumpity. Taking 10, gaining 3. Taking 8, gaining 3. Down to 2. Only lose the 2/2. Opponent blocks a spirit token. Takes 8. Creature in the graveyard. Takes 9. We top deck on enchantment, they're taking 10. You're not a spirit. That's a bummer. I probably have to actually block in a way that kills their creatures off. Take 6. Down to 4. Swing, exile underdog, play Wrenn. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Oh, right, yeah, opponent's much higher because of the lifelink. Yeah. Okay, so that makes these blocks completely correct. In that case. Oh, the Kirin Touched Orochi also dies on this attack. That's kind of a bummer. Okay, land, huh. So if they have a removal spell for a 10/10, we're in trouble. Benevolent Geist is mostly irrelevant, so that's fantastic. The fact that they're spending their mana implies they're not willing to attack. They are not. I should have set a main phase stop specifically for this. That's painful. Okay. Undoing the punish, please. Katilda. Okay, well, accidentally didn't draw that one land we were supposed to draw. I'm sure that's totally fine. Make a spirit token. Oh, should I have played around Cut Down by not targeting that spirit and targeting the likeness instead? I didn't want to target the 10/10 because it was the thing that already had reach. But I guess it turned out fine. Attack for 8. Oh, okay. Oh, I thought they had 3 mana available. Huh, okay. Punished for that attack. So we drew 1 less card than we should have. We're still pretty much dead on board to a removal spell for the 11/11, unfortunately. I think I misplayed these last 2 turns pretty significantly. Meathook X plus 4? Does that do anything? What? What? Huh. What did we expect to happen there? Okay, whatever. Any mill decks in Standard? Not that I'm aware of. I don't know that we actually have any mill cards at all right now. don't think you can even try to build one, to the best of my knowledge. Yeah, mostly we just have a lot of self-mill stuff right now. There is... I guess you can try to build a Defender mill deck, technically. I'm not sure that's likely to be super effective, but you can try. Alright, well, so hypothetically we were supposed to bring in Destroy Evil against this deck. If we're not bringing in Destroy Evil here, well, I guess it is still useful in the mirror, but... Kills Rafine, kills Shieldred, kills Wedding Festivity. But what do we cut? What do we cut? How do you cut cards from Magic decks? How? No cuts. No cuts. No cuts. Got Planeswalker? I think the Wrenn was like the only reason we won that game. I think that being able to make a reach creature is actually pretty valuable. Boink. No blue source on turn 2. You love to see it. Azusa's Many Journeys. Play the Plains. Next turn, depending on what the opponent does, we might Jukai Naturalist into Restoration of Eiganjo. We might not. Wedding Announcement. No blue mana. Wow, this is going great for us. You truly love to see it. No blocks. Set main phase stop. Best case scenario, I really want to draw Rite of Harmony. Show things off. We didn't even get to do that. It's kind of lame. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just empty our hand and hope the opponent doesn't have Meat Hook? That's got to be the correct maneuver. Mill right? Mill right! Okay, okay, okay. Now do we right? No, now would be wrong. Because if I write, I can't do anything else. We can write next turn. I mean, I don't really think my opponent can actually Meat Hook for enough to, like, impact me in any way that matters. So I think we just play our 7/7 Katilda and chill. Doggo's not worth it in the deck. Every other card does more than the Doggo. Well, I mean, they could Meat Hook and kill my Jukai Naturalist. That would be sad. Oh. Right. I forgot that I needed to set an upkeep stop. Oh, no, 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 no! Opponent, come back! I was gonna draw like 8 cards. Oh, so mean. We never get to have any fun on this stream anymore. So we were going to flip Teachings and flip Restoration. That was 2. Restoration was going to discard Teachings. That's another 2, so 4. And then we were going to have 2 mana to do whatever we wanted to do with those 2 cards we were just going to draw. Yeah, you get saved a lot by it asking you to order triggers, or anytime you have the second chapter of Restoration of Eiganjo. Since you can then set the stop while you're choosing what to discard to the second chapter of Restoration. I tell you what, folks, that's just about midnight. Which means I think we might actually be wrapping it up here. Oh, warms my heart to see you playing this deck. This deck has a very strong tendency to warm my heart, too. This is just absolutely the perfect kind of delightful nonsense. And it feels like there's still a lot to explore here. Simultaneously, like, I have no clue how to explore anything because I'm unwilling to cut like any of the cards. But all these things just do so much that's absolutely delightful. 3 more matches? Nah, I gotta get some food in me. I haven't eaten yet today. Does the power of this deck come near to the power of the Runes deck? So... it's really difficult to try to gauge the power level of different standards to one another on any kind of empirical metric, because such a huge portion of any deck's power level is how it shapes up relative to the existing meta. So, like, a huge portion of the power level of playing Wedding Announcement is that it's incredibly good against Invoke Despair right now. It is still a generically good card in its own rights, but I do not expect this deck is, like, what's our win rate right now? Like, 84% or something? 83%. This is not an 83% power level deck in, like, the average context, but it's super good against the black decks, so it's really good right now. Runes is a deck that I guess if you're like goldfishing is probably better, because it's worth noting this deck has some just nuts goldfish, but a huge portion of why this is a powerful deck is how incredibly resilient it is to interaction and how capable it is of playing a high resource density game while also being a combo deck. So, like, I get, like, this is a weird comparison, but, like, Wilderness Reclamation was really powerful because it got to be a combo deck and a just fair control deck. Alrund's Epiphany kind of did the same thing, where it could be a totally fair control deck that threatened to do this combo thing. This deck is good using kind of the same logic, but coming at it from the opposite direction. This is a deck that has a super insane accelerated start sequence of combos in which a bunch of the cards fill multiple roles and result in you just having a huge board or a early Hallowed Haunting or a super giant Katilda early on. But also threatens to say, okay, well, if you go too deep attempting to answer this combo element of my deck, I'm just going to play Rite of Harmony and beat you in a fair game. And that's like... it's hard to overstate how much more challenging that is to sideboard against. Because you now have to, like, be successfully playing 2 sorts of game plans at the same time. And it really stretches... okay, well, maybe you play a sideboard card that's good against this one thing this time. Like, maybe the best sideboard card I could think of against this deck at the moment, because I can't think of anything that is like a Archon of Emeria level complete hoser for the deck. There might be something, but I can't think of it right now. Is probably Destroy Evil, because it's just really flexible in terms of answering most everything the deck does, but it's even that doesn't necessarily stop you from going Azusa's Many Journeys, make a bunch of land drops, Rite of Harmony, play 2 Teams of Kirin, and draw 4 cards. Temporary Lockdown is pretty good, but it's kind of difficult to build a Temporary Lockdown deck right now that actually doesn't hurt your own things you need to be doing to have a viable deck while playing Temporary Lockdown. Basically, there are so many mid-range decks right now that make it hard to play Control without a ton of card advantage, and one of the better ways you can do that is by playing 2-drop, Artifact, draws cards, Bankbuster. You can play 4-mana card draw, but it's kind of just not actually at the speed that's effective to stop mid-range from killing you. Control's tools just don't really line up perfectly right now, so it's really difficult to build a control deck in general. It might change, but that's my general take on it. The mid-range decks are just put together in a way that's inherently good against what Control has access to right now. But yeah, temporary lockdown, Azusa's mini journeys got the value already. Teachings of the Kirin, you kind of answer, but its value is mostly that it is 2 ETBs for Rite of Harmony, and that it mills more copies of Rite of Harmony to give you card draw. You kill Jukai Naturalist, sure, but against Control decks, I'm boarding out most of my Azusas and my Jukai Naturalists and just turning into a 2-for-1 mid-range deck anyway, where I'm going to pivot into Fleeting Spirits and Anointed Peacekeepers. So in that sense, the temporary lockdown is actually kind of bad against the post-board plan. But to kind of go back to the general idea that I was talking about with Destroy Evil, it's really difficult to sideboard against decks like these because absent one single card that, like, fundamentally damages the deck's entire game plan, you run the risk of, oh, did you draw multiple Destroy Evils because you boarded in a bunch of Destroy Evils because you were looking to beat this deck? But I just drew the other half of the deck that Destroy Evil doesn't really interact super well with? Oh, well, you're just out of luck and you're behind anyway, even though you drew your sideboard cards. That's one of the main strengths of this kind of combo mid-range game plan. It's kind of one of the main strengths of any deck that gets to be half combo, half something else, and has two different portions of its deck that are answered by completely different things, but those two different halves of the deck still manage to synergize with one another and benefit one another whenever they're drawn in any real combination.